Hello, good morning, and welcome. Glad and excited to be here this morning. It is the 4th of June 2026, and we're excited because we get to celebrate our 8th anniversary with you, our cherished viewer, today. It's been 8 years of compelling content on Channel One Television, 8 years of telling your stories and empowering change. And we're excited to have come this far with you on this journey. Help us say thank you to God Almighty for how far He has brought us, for the grace and mercies He has bestowed upon us, and of course, the wisdom and strength to persevere, to continue telling your story and empowering change. We wish we could have had a celebration. However, events of last night won't permit us because so many incidents happened last night through the dawn, even up until this morning. Talk of fire outbreaks, talk of flooding situations, talk of building collapse. Quite unfortunate, and we hope that you are safe wherever it is that you are. So this is the Ashaiman Underbridge area, and as you can see, the flooding situation there causing traffic congestion. Very, very uncomfortable situation there. And these are videos from last night. And then, of course, this is the Kanishi area. You can see videos from there as well. The water levels rising there, and people struggling through the water, the flood waters. These are visuals from Bon Katamanso area. You can also see the challenges people have to go through to navigate flood waters to get to their various destinations. Quite unfortunate, and we will be speaking to some relevant authorities to get some responses to this situation as we have witnessed throughout the night. This is the Nanakrom area. We understand that people were in traffic from 6 p.m. to as late as 2 a.m. this morning. Very, very uncomfortable, and you can see the difficulties and the challenges. The rains are coming, and they're coming in heavy. They're coming in over a longer period, and it's important that we all heed to weather warnings so that we are better armed with the advice of the Ghana Meteo, so that we know how to prepare before going out, and of course we can survive this period of rains and its attendant floods and the challenges that it poses to all of us as Ghanaians. So when you go to Oyarifa, also there was a traffic situation there occasioned by the floods as flood waters took over the main road, causing heavy congestion on that particular stretch as well. So this is what Ghanaians have had to deal with from last night through to this morning. The Shoman Agboba area also not spared, and you can see the difficulty people have had throughout the night. Some people have not slept at all. Homes submerged, communities cut off main roads, communities split into two by flood waters, people unable to access their homes, and a lot of difficulties. This is around Alajo, when you're heading to Kotobabi, and you can see vehicles submerged. This appears to be a mechanic shop where you can see the flood waters and where they have risen to, how people are struggling to navigate same, and the difficulties they have. People couldn't access their homes at all, and that's the challenge. So this morning, we're visiting some of these areas to bring you updates on what has happened between last night and this morning, whether flood waters have receded, whether people have had some respite or have been able to access their homes, or otherwise, are people still stranded, are people displaced. We'll bring you all the updates there, but that's not all that happened. It wasn't only floods, and there was a fire situation as well, a fire outbreak close to the Accra Central Police Command, and yesterday firefighters were on hand to control the fire. I'll bring you an update from the Ghana National Fire Service. Yesterday they released 3 updates all the way up until this morning regarding this fire situation. Let's listen to a member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service regarding this particular fire incident.
To make sure that...
Chief, who are you and how did we get here?
So my name is Edio Alex Kignate. I'm with the Public Relations Department. So we received a call that there's a fire here. So quickly our team from the Makola station got here. When they got here, they realized that the fire was, as we would say, it's well alight. And so they called for extra reinforcement from other fire stations. So as we speak right now, our team from Parliament, our team from ministries and other stations are here, all working hard to make sure that the fire is put under control. As it stands now, our priority, even though you see a lot of flames here, our priority is to make sure that we contain the fire from further spread. So you'd see a lot of flames, but don't be worried. Our priority is to make sure that it doesn't. You realize there's a bank at the back there. There are other adjoining buildings that are unaffected by the fire yet. So our priority is to make sure that the unaffected buildings remain unaffected.
What are you doing to prevent the fire from further spreading to those places?
So that's why we are tackling the fires from the ends that have not been affected yet, so that the fire does not spread onto that scene. So as it stands right now, I can tell you that from the other side, we've been able to contain the fire from spreading. The flames were large. Some of the challenges were the fact that there were gas cylinders in there. So, you know, with gas, the more you pour water on it, it doesn't, if you pour water even on gas, it doesn't go off. So we had to deploy foam concentrate in order to fight it. So those are some of the challenges. Again, a lot of interference from the people here. People trying to salvage their things. And in their bid to salvage their things, they ended up getting in our way. And so it was difficult, but as it stands now, we are working hard. And as we always say, until the fire is totally extinguished, we are not going anywhere.
How were you able to take people out of the buildings that were here so that we don't get any damage?
Okay, so when we came here, a lot of them had already come down. So we had to just call out and make sure that there was no other person there, because when we get to a scene, our priority at the first place is to make sure that no one is left in the fire. And that was our priority. So when we confirmed there was no one left in the fire, that's when we started fighting the fire.
Have you spoken to any of the people here? What have they been telling you about what started the fire?
So apparently it's a police barracks. It's a police barracks. So I spoke to some of the residents there who stayed there, and some are attributing it.
Who are officers?
Who are officers? Some are attributing it to electrical faults. So we are not ruling it out, because a lot of times people are of the misconception that whenever there is rain, fire service is a holiday for us. But on the contrary, when it rains, that's when we record more fires. And so I won't be surprised that it's as a result of the rains and electric fires. But again, when we are done, we'll do more engagement, do our investigation, so we'll be able to conclusively conclude that it's an electrical fire.
Finally, how soon are you able to contain the fire? It keeps spreading.
Oh no, so as it stands now, the fire was well alight over here. You realize that and you see, during firefighting, we have what we call burnout. When the thing is already burnt, we allow it, when the fire is already burnt, we allow it to burn out. And then we make sure that the ones that have not been burnt yet are contained. So as you can see, all these things are burnt. So the most important thing is to make sure that we salvage it from further spread. Right? So I'm positive that in a few hours' time, we should be able to put the fire.
Thank you very much.
All right, Alex Kignate is a member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service, and you heard him speaking to journalists. That video, of course, let's give credit to 1957. He was on site at the fire scene, and that's his video. So credits to 1957 News for that video. And Alex Kignate, a member of the Fire Service Department, PR Department of the Ghana National Fire Service, speaking there, giving us updates regarding that fire. There's a statement from the Ghana Police Service regarding this same fire. Apparently, the outbreak was at a police barracks at the Accra Central Regional Police Command, and the statement says, fire outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks. There is a fire outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks. Personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service are at the scene and are working to bring the situation under control. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Christian Tete Yohunu, together with some members of the Police Management Board and the Accra Regional Police Commander, are at the location to assess the situation and ensure the necessary support to the affected personnel. There are no casualties and the cause of the fire has not yet been established. We wish to thank the fire service team and our officers who are assisting with the situation. The suspect is currently in police custody, assisting with investigations. Any further developments will be communicated. And this is signed by Ms. Juliana Obeng. She's a superintendent of the Ghana Police Service, and she's head of public affairs for the Accra region. So, fire outbreak at the police barracks here in Accra, and the Ghana Police Service has released a statement regarding same. We've heard from a member of the PR department of the Ghana National Fire Service, Alex King-Nati, as well. There was also a building collapse. And again, personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service were on hand for a search and rescue operation. And there's a statement from them as well. So I'm going to read this. Like I said, there were about 3 updates from the Ghana National Fire Service last night all the way through to this morning. I'll read the one we received around 5:41 a.m. today, and it's titled GNFS, that's the Ghana National Fire Service, complete search and rescue operation at collapsed building in Adenta new site. Personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service, GNFS, successfully completed a search and rescue operation following the collapse of a 2-story apartment building near Dayesuase supermarket at Adenta new site during the heavy downpour on Thursday evening. I'm sure this is supposed to read Wednesday evening. The service received a distress call at 18:36 hours, and rescue teams from the national headquarters with support from personnel from the Legon and Abelinkpe fire stations swiftly arrived at the scene to commence rescue operations. 5 occupants, comprising 3 adults and 2 children, were trapped beneath the rubble when the building collapsed. The victims were identified as Margaret Peli, believed to be in her late 30s, Fred Atagba, believed to be in his late 30s, Solomon Seiram Jida as the child, and David Jida, also a child. Through a coordinated search and rescue operation, 4 occupants, namely Fred Atagba, Solomon Seiram Jida, and David Jida, were rescued alive with injuries and conveyed to the 37 military hospital for medical treatment. A dog that was also trapped in the collapsed structure was successfully rescued alive during the operation. Following intensive rescue efforts, the remaining victim, Margaret Peli, was retrieved from beneath the rubble in an unconscious state. She was subsequently handed over to the Adenta District Police for preservation and further investigation. The search and rescue mission was successfully concluded at 22:54 hours last night. The Ghana National Fire Service commends the swift efforts of community members who assisted in the initial rescue of trapped occupants and expresses appreciation to personnel from the national headquarters, Legon Fire Station, Abelinkpe Fire Station, and the Ghana Police Service, medical personnel, and all supporting agencies whose collaboration contributed to the operation. So this is regarding the building collapse at Adenta last night. The Ghana Fire Service has concluded successfully the search and rescue operation it embarked on. But let's go back to the matter of flooding in Accra and the traffic congestion that accompanied it last night through dawn through to this morning. My colleague Umaru Sanda Amadu is joining us live via Zoom to give us some updates regarding the route he's on and what the situation has been like since last night. Sanda, thank you. Good morning to you and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you so much, Nana Tufo. And well, I am not where I was last night when I put that footage to you, but Nana Tufo, last night was one long one, I must say.
How many hours did you spend in traffic?
Charlie, 4 hours.
4 hours.
Within a space that could have just taken me 10 minutes.
Mm.
And this is because of someone's, I don't know whether I should call it indiscipline or putting up of an unapproved structure.
Mm.
And I was at Ashalibotri School Junction at around 6 p.m. Going towards the area that they call Malijo. And Nana Chrome is the other name that they call it by. They have a place they call Nana Chrome Gate. And there's this bridge that connects the school junction to this Nana Chrome British International School Gate. And the bridge was overflowing with water, not because the bridge was narrow, not because the bridge had silt, not because the bridge was small, simply because someone owned a wood shop, a plywood, a timber, and plywood, pamplo is called bamboo shop.
Yeah.
And this person's bamboos and wood were swept by the water, which then went under the bridge. And when it went under the bridge, the water, so the bridge was choked, the water cannot go underneath, and then the water now had to come on top of the road. And another for this is a dual carriage lane. Vehicles spent, everybody was just parked. Everybody got out of their car. It was like a marketplace, and I sent some of the footage. You could see that. But that's what it was horrible. So we had to wait for 4 hours before the boys managed to dive into the bridge. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to pull some of the wood to allow for the water to start flowing under the bridge, and then the water started receding. So it was around 15 minutes past 11 that one big truck managed to go through first, and then it started giving the indication that if your car is high, you could also go through. And that's when we started seeing slow movement, slight movement happening. But it was a very, very, very horrible scene. I've never seen anything like that before. The whole place was like a marketplace. Young men were trying to carry people and help them cross. And then there were all these Okada riders who had parked. And so if you're looking at that, that's just on top of the bridge at Nana Chrome, which bridge ordinarily people should have been able to move slowly, but it was not happening. I saw a full pickup completely submerged. And the worst part, if you look on the right side of the footage that we are showing, there's a fuel station there, this EV fuel station. And that fuel station was also completely submerged. And don't forget, this was happening on the night of June 3rd.
June 3rd, exactly, 11 years on.
So you see the
so
wood
this is the
market
shop
on your
you
left.
talk about.
Exactly. So that's the wood market on the left.
Right.
And this wood is what went under the bridge and choked the bridge. Now, I remember vividly what happened on the night of June 3rd. I was in the office at Adabraka at around 8 p.m. It was raining. It started like a small rain. It started like a joke. And then the next thing, we heard a very loud explosive sound. Because don't forget that Adabraka is not far from Serco.
Yes.
And then the place, the Gulf filling station, was on fire. And the worst part was that the water that had covered the road, that had covered the fuel station, that had covered that whole entire place, that water was contaminated by leaking fuel.
Yes.
So the fire was just on top of the water and it was burning. So when I stood there yesterday looking at this fuel station, looking at all the water, and looking at the hundreds of people who were just standing there, stranded, and all those who were trying to cross, I was just praying to God that what we saw on June 3rd in 2015 should not repeat itself on June 3rd of 2026, because it would have been a disaster. Thank God it was safe. This morning when I drove past Donatufo, as if nothing happened there. If you told anybody this morning that last night here was like a trotro station, they wouldn't believe it, because the water has moved, because the bridge was big enough. The bridge was constructed by Oswald Construction on that road. They blocked that road for like 3 months. The Ghana Urban Roads announced that that bridge had been blocked so that the road would be done. And so it's perfectly done. It's smooth. It's very smooth for water to flow, except what you are seeing. That blockage that caused the problem that it caused to fall.
I can only imagine the thoughts that were running through your mind last night while you were still stuck in traffic on this stretch. But as you say, this morning the water has receded. So clearly the situation from last night can be attributed to the establishment of this shop, this plywood shop.
Yes, the wood and the bamboo. And this is not the this is not the first time. About a few months ago, I came to that place in the morning and I saw that the whole place was submerged. And when I had submerged the previous night, it had also rained, a similar situation. And when I asked around, the people told me that the whole place was submerged and it was because of that wood shop that had caused a problem. And you could see clearly that they removed the wood. So last night, I called the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Mohammed Adamu Ramadan. And he's the MP for Adenta, and I told him that, Honorable Ramadan, this is what is happening here, and you need to get this place moved. You need to talk to the assembly so that they move this shop to a different place, maybe downstream, definitely not upstream. Because if it rains today, the same thing that happened last night will repeat itself, and people will be so inconvenienced. You know the worst part, people have to do U-turn. And if you do U-turn, you want to now go back to School Junction, and you have to then go all the way to Adenta Housing and go and join that Adenta Dodowa Road. And that is also not good. Last night it was bad. There's a gentleman who left that area around 9 p.m. and said he was going to do a U-turn at them. I remember very well. He called me after 10:45 p.m. and said he was now around Adenta Afrafa. In fact, if he had even waited, it would have been...
Hello, Sandra. Right.
And so it was. I mean, nowhere really was good. There's an area called Lakeside Estate. That area, Community 6, Community 5, all of those areas were also submerged because the water was returning back into the community. Then there's an area called Room 6. So when I spoke to the Adenta MP last night, he told me he was around Room 6 because some people were trapped in their house. And don't forget, this is the same area, the Adenta area, where that story building also collapsed and some people were trapped in there. So it was a very, very, very long night for me now. You can hear from my voice, very hot. But thank God we made it through successfully after the water receded and we are back to town.
Alhamdulillah. But let me find out from you, did you observe any officials or authorities at the scene trying to help with the congestion or even to help vehicles navigate their way through the flood waters, i.e. NADMO, assembly, or officers, agents, anyone at all?
There was no NADMO officer. I did not see any assembly officer. What happened though was that I know police people around the Lakeside police station there. So I called them and I said, there's a problem. You guys need to really come and help because there's some chaos happening around the Nana Krom gate or the British International School gate there. And the response was that they themselves, they were stuck in Lakeside Estate and they could not move. So this would be a patrol vehicle. And they said they could also not move from the Lakeside Estate area and that the whole place was filled. So police, unless you had a canoe or a boat, you were useless last night. And our police trucks, I mean, they were also just driving a normal pickup truck like you and I would be driving a normal vehicle on the road. So it was completely useless trying to... You can't do anything. And even if they got there, what can they do? They cannot create a path for the water like Moses did in the Red Sea. There's nothing they can do. The only thing that everybody could do was to wait. And so people slept in their cars. I saw people sleeping in the trotro that was supposed to take them across. People parked their motorbikes and just laid in the median of the road and slept. All of these things simply because they wanted to avoid the chaos. So it was just a matter of you trying to wait it out, and that is what we did last night. And thankfully, we managed to go through that.
This wood shop, does it extend into the road?
No, it does not. It is by the side of the road on top of the drain. So there's a big gutter and then there's a bridge. So the wood shop is directly, if you see that guy in yellow, he's standing looking down on the water.
Right.
So that's why you see him standing there. So the bridge, so the wood shop is along the drain. And so whatever debris, the sawdust, whatever moves from that shop when there's a flood or there's rain, goes into the drain, and then the wood will follow, and then it will just choke the place. This morning when I was leaving, I saw the young men looking down under the big drain, It was a crazy, crazy disaster. And I think that shop needs to be moved. It needs to be moved, or there should be a way to chain the bamboo sticks so that they don't get, they don't go and choke the bridge again and cause what happened last night.
Another feature of flooding is usually plastic waste. This morning on your way through the same area, did you observe any waste left in the wake of the flooding?
Yes, so the road looked like an old dam site this morning because when the drain was choked and the water now has to come on top of the road, it brought with it, and there's some of the footage that I sent across, and you should listen to the commentary from the people. There was a bag floating freely on top of the water, and the people were saying, what could this be? Is it somebody's sack of rice that was floating? Because someone's house, which was nearby, was actually flooded, and they thought that maybe some sacks of rice and other belongings were floating out. But that was not the case. It was just a matter of plastic bags, all manner of debris swimming freely. And so when the water left, that settled down on the road, and so the road will need a lot of cleaning. Otherwise, well, we just have to wait for it to dry. Then the wind will blow it back into the gutters, and then they'll be choked. So after the debris expected, there's a lot of silt also on the road. There's sand, there's gravel, there are stones. Everything is on the road this morning as I was passing by. And look, it exposes, and the potholes have started coming because of the rain. And so, look, when it rains, our inefficiencies are simply exposed in levels that you cannot imagine.
Thank you, Sanda. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best today. Umaru Sanda Madu is my colleague here from the Channel One newsroom, giving us updates regarding the flooding and traffic congestion situation as recorded on the Nana Krom stretch from last night. He reports that the situation has been compounded by the sighting of a woodwork shop or a wood shop just on the drain at the bridge, impeding the free flow of water and causing the bridge to overflow, or the water to overflow onto the bridge, making vehicular access and of course human access quite difficult. Yesterday throughout the night, like you heard him say, from 6 p.m. he was in traffic till after about 11 p.m. and that is the challenge most Ghanaians had to go through. It was not just around that area. Other parts of Accra also witnessed such difficulties. We'll be touching base with our correspondents or our journalists across the city to bring us updates regarding same. And then, of course, we'll be speaking to the authorities to update all of us on the situation and what plans we have going forward. So this, what you're seeing now is around the Kaneshie area, as was witnessed last night, the challenge regarding the flooding situation, as was witnessed last night. It was a night, and like Sanda also, if like just opposed, regarding the June 3 situation we witnessed 11 years ago, could have been worse last night. However, we thank God for the safety of our citizens, of our brothers and sisters, safety of Ghanaians across the various affected areas. What you're seeing now is around the Abokubi area. This looks like a rescue effort by some gentlemen saving a pet from the flood waters. Last night, it wasn't easy on that stretch also. We understand the traffic situation came all the way towards the Wisconsin University College area. And some communities were cut off entirely, and people couldn't access their homes. Others had to return and find shelter in town and all. And it was quite a difficult situation. It wasn't just a night of flooding. There was also a fire outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks. We'll be speaking to the Ghana National Fire Service on this matter as well. Then there was the building collapse in Adenta too. So it was quite difficult at a period where 11 years on, victims of the June 3 twin fire and flood disaster are pushing for justice, pushing for compensation. We witnessed such a situation across the city. Quite unfortunate, and clearly our inefficiencies exposed there. And we need to go back to the drawing table to look at what can be done about this situation. The Ghana Institution of Engineering has made some suggestions regarding this flooding situation. There's a statement they issued on 1st June 2026. Ghana Institution of Engineering calls for radical shift in Ghana's flood management strategy as urban flooding worsens. The Ghana Institution of Engineering, GHIE, has called for an urgent overhaul of Ghana's stormwater management policies, warning that the country's current drainage systems are no longer capable of addressing the realities of rapid urbanization, climate variability, and increasing flood risk. The call follows growing evidence that conventional drainage infrastructure designed primarily to move stormwater downstream as quickly as possible has become inadequate for modern urban environments, particularly in Accra and other rapidly expanding metropolitan areas. According to a policy brief presented by the institution, Ghana's cities can no longer rely on traditional centralized conveyance-based drainage systems. Rapid urban expansion, widespread paving of land surfaces, poor waste management practices, and increasing rainfall intensity have significantly exceeded the capacity of existing drainage networks. Flooding in Accra is no longer simply a seasonal occurrence. It is increasingly becoming a structural challenge driven by rapid urbanization, loss of natural infiltration areas, and fragmented management systems, the policy brief notes. The institution observed that flooding incidents have become more frequent and severe over the past decade, occurring even during periods of relatively low rainfall. This suggests that the problem extends beyond climate change and reflects deeper weaknesses with existing stormwater management systems. The institution highlighted that many drains have effectively become conduits for solid waste, reducing hydraulic capacity and compromising their intended function. The policy brief also noted that hydraulic constraints within the Odo-Korle drainage system continue to contribute to recurring flood events across parts of the capital. The document further identifies institutional fragmentation as a major obstacle to effective flood management. Responsibilities are spread across multiple agencies, while administrative boundaries often do not align with natural drainage basins, making coordinated catchment-wide planning difficult. To address these challenges, GHIE is advocating a transition towards decentralized nature-based stormwater management systems that mimic natural hydrological processes. Recommended interventions include permeable pavements, bioswales, rain gardens, green roofs, detention systems, infiltration facilities, riparian buffers, and rainwater harvesting. And it goes on and on. And this was issued by the Communications and Public Relations Unit of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. I'll come back to complete this particular statement, but let's speak to Alex King-Nartey. He is a member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Service. They were on hand last night, quite busy. Let's find out from him what kind of night he has had. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, and good morning to you too.
Obviously, a busy night for you. Let's take the issues one after the other. Talk to us about the fire outbreak first around the Accra Police Barracks and what the situation was like when you met it, what time you received the calls, what was the response time, and how easy or otherwise was it fighting the fire?
Greetings to yourself and to your listeners again. So, in the early hours of the evening yesterday, we received a call that there was a fire involving a story building. Quickly, our team at Makola were dispatched to the scene. Upon arrival, they realized that the fire was fully developed and was well alight. So they had to call for further reinforcements from our teams from Parliament, Circle, Industrial Area, Ministries, to complement the efforts of the firefighters from Makola. The challenge was that accessibility was curtailed because you realize that at that area, walking through that area on a regular day is not even easy. How much more a fire tender with this big tank? So we had challenges trying to get to the scene of fire. Again, interference from people proved to be a very big challenge because people were not giving us the room to operate. And again, there were a lot of gas cylinders in there that kept going off with explosions. There were a lot of big cylinders also in there. So it posed a huge risk to our firefighters who tried going in there. And then also the fact that it escalated the fire much further. Our ultimate aim was to prevent the fire from further spread. So the ultimate aim was to prevent the fire from further spread. There was a Ghana Water Company office very close by. There was also buildings that were used as warehouses over there too. And then also there were banks close by. Those were unaffected. And our ultimate aim was to make sure that they remain unaffected by the fire. Unfortunately, the building that the fire started, due to the presence of so many gas cylinders and deep freezers, the whole building and its contents was totally burnt. But then the adjoining buildings were salvaged from the fire. There was just one casualty, which was a firefighter who, unfortunately, the metallic end of our water, the hose, came out from the pump, hitting his chest and putting him in a very critical condition. But as we speak, he's responding to treatment at the police hospital.
Right. So this is the barracks at the police station.
It's just opposite the barracks when you're going towards Kantamanto, at the edge. So that's where. So that was also, from what we gathered, it's a building belonging to the Ghana Water Company, but was housing officers of the Ghana Police Service.
Right. So the fire has been doused. It's been curtailed.
Oh yes. As at 1 a.m. this morning, the fire was totally extinguished. We left some officers on standby to make sure that we leave no room for reignition of the fire. So I can tell you that the fire is out of danger. It's been extinguished as at 1 a.m. this morning.
And as expected, investigations are to begin.
Exactly. The investigations always start before, during, and after the fires. So as we speak, investigations are underway, and I don't want to preempt the cause of the fire yet.
Very well. We also understand there was another fire at the barracks itself. Is that the case?
No, so there was no fire at the barracks itself. There was no fire. It was just because, the building on fire is the barracks. Any building that houses officers are barracks. So that was where the fire was. But it didn't affect the main police, the central police station.
Right. Let's move on to other matters. Let's go to Adenta. We understand there was a building collapse. Your men were on hand to assist with a search and rescue operation. Give us updates on this one as well.
So we received a call of a building collapse. So our team from our national headquarters rescue team were dispatched to the scene. And upon arrival, they realized that the building had trapped 5 people under the debris. 2 people, fortunately, were rescued before we got there by the people in the area. And so the other 3 people were hard to reach. So our officers had to deploy tactical measures in order to rescue them. They were able to rescue 2 of these victims and then a dog. Unfortunately, the 3rd person that was rescued came out dead, a woman, and her body has been handed over to the police for autopsy and then for investigation.
Right. Now, the other major one has to do with the flooding situation in parts of Accra. What type of deployments did you make last night? What was the strategy? What assistance were you able to give to stranded Ghanaians?
So even as I speak to you right now, there's a flooding rescue situation that our officers from Kasapreku, Spintex, at Klagon, undertaking a rescue mission right now. So we are on high alert, making sure that breaking down fire tenders that can be fixed are fixed and in good working condition. As we speak right now, a tree has collapsed at Odoko Busia on the street, and our state team that attended the building collapse are at Odoko Busia right now, cutting and clearing the way to make sure that these trees do not get in the way of safety and ensure traffic flow. So we are well on top of our game. We have our challenges, I must admit, but then we are rising above the challenge to make sure that we serve the good people of Ghana, and that at no point will we ever deny any Ghanaian our services. In these times of floods, that we're experiencing.
Alex, which areas are the most affected?
So the areas that are affected, that's why yesterday, Abokobi was very much affected. People were trapped. This morning, Klagon has been affected. Per our assessment also, Lakeside Estate has seen a lot of flood situation. I would say a greater part of Accra saw a lot of flood situation. So we've put our rescue teams, our various rescue teams on high alert for such emergencies.
Very well. Alex Kinati, thank you so much for your time this morning, and we wish you and your men well, even as you continue with your operations, navigating the challenges we've witnessed since last night all the way through to this morning. Alex Kinati is a member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service. Well, it's still Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We had to do a special on the flooding situation in parts of Accra, the building collapse in Adenta, as well as the fire outbreak near the Accra Regional Police Command. Let me come in studio and say good morning to my guests, welcome them, and then we can have some discussions on these matters. Fuseini Issa Alhaji Fuseini Issa is a former member of parliament for Okaikwe North. Alhaji, good morning.
Nana, good morning. I can respond to good morning, but I suspect that there are thousands of people in places in the city this morning trying to survive. It's a very unfortunate thing, and this has become an annual ritual. It is not a very good time to be happy and to be glad to be in this very welcoming city of ours. Right. And I beg and pray that we're able to rise to those challenges every now and again.
Very well. Lamtig Apanga is the acting deputy gaming commissioner. So he's the acting deputy CEO of the Ghana Gaming Commission. Lamtig, good morning. It's good to have you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to my brother and to your listeners.
Very well. I know we have our issues that we were supposed to discuss, but of course, Mother Nature has its own way of altering our course. Last night was a difficult one for many Ghanaians out there. So let's start from there. Let's speak on this flooding situation, which has become, if you like, a perennial issue, a recurring issue. And let's look at it. Many areas submerged, many people unable to access their homes, communities cut off main roads, especially within the capital and in other areas. We're even getting reports from Winneba and other areas in the central region as well. We've seen this, and it's I don't know if it's interesting, but it's unfortunate that yesterday was June 3. 11 years after that disaster, and we're still here. No, have we learned any lessons at all? Alhaji, let me start off with you.
Nana, good morning again to you. Good morning to your viewers. This has become an annual issue. It's not surprising that on the anniversary of June 3rd, when June 3rd is mentioned, everybody will remember where you were. In fact, I recollect it was a few days to our primaries in 2015. So I was out there campaigning. But we felt something happening. But because we were campaigning, we didn't know the extent of what had happened. I recollect the vehicle in which we were, at the time, the vehicle actually started floating. But we didn't know the extent of the matter until much later in the night. To think that maybe in peace times, it's one of the dark spots in our history as a nation. 11 years down the line, what are the lessons? What have we done to avert those tragedies?
Yeah.
Yesterday, when I was going to bed, it was raining. When I woke up and it was still raining, I knew there was going to be problems.
Yeah.
I knew there was going to be problems. These problems we have known, and we know what the causative factors are. One, poor drainage system. 2, waste management. 3, land use. I mean, these are the obvious causes. And for us as a people, what we have done, even post June 3rd, 2015, it's not something that we have actually prepared or moved away from the situation. We still have poor drainage systems, land use systems is getting worse over time. I mean, not too long ago we heard about a Ramsar site holding for water and drainage from the Kwapim regions down there. The Weja issue a week or 2 ago, the Weja Dam area. I mean, these issues are getting worse. And so when this has happened, I said, well, maybe that's what we have reserved our fate to. But as a people, it's not something we could also accept. I ran up to June 3rd yesterday. I saw releases by some CSOs on how victims have been treated and all of that. 11 years down the line. 11 years down the line. On June 3rd, we were told that the tide or the sea had a high tide. Water couldn't flow into the sea, and so water was retained outside of its entry source into the sea. Coupled with congestion at the filling station at then Kwame Nkrumah Circle, or still Kwame Nkrumah Circle. I think it was before the Dubai as we know today. I mean, Dubai was under construction. Dubai was finished in 2016, just before the elections. I recollect the Nigerian comedians who came to advertise and on all of that. The source of the fire that started, the crowding and all of that. I mean, estimates were between 150 and 200 people lost their lives. I mean, those who were injured, those who suffered traumas, those who lost monies. And I recollect it's even linked to this Sedinam Tamaklo Maslow issue when she had to go, and all of that. And 11 years down the line, I don't know what we have done. I'm not too sure we are in a better position than before. I don't know what the city authorities are doing. I don't know what central government itself is doing. But as a former member of parliament, I recollect one of the big interventions that we did. June 3rd, 2015 was a wake-up call for a project we call GARID. GARID was supposed to look at the drainage systems from the Kwapim ranges and selected communities along the flow into the beaches where water gets into the sea. I recollect that it started this whole conversation. I also recollect that by 2019, and the World Bank gave us $200 million for us to get our acts together in waste management, in drainage systems, and early warning systems, and all of that. As a member of parliament, I was leading the charge in my constituency, doing the community engagement and all of that until I left. I recollect also that there was further funding of about 150 million between 2023 and 2024 to complement the earlier ones, especially on early warning signals. I'm not too sure where we are, but I know that the GARID project is still ongoing. A project that started in fact, funding was available in 2019. It's still ongoing. I know it's ongoing because the street in front of my house, where I live, is captured in there. And the contractor is still on site. Almost 10 years after, or 11 years after. The contractor is still on site. If you come to my area, where I live, right in front of my house, I mean, we have some of the best designed drains, covered drains, well done, asphalted roads and all of that. But the contractor is still on site.
Doing what?
It's still working.
10 years after?
10 years after.
What's he doing?
You can,
what exactly is he doing?
It is just 10 minutes away. You can take your cameras there. 10 years after, the contractor is still working. And there's a
that's shocking.
huge disconnect.
Yeah,
There's a huge
shocking.
disconnect. You can take your cameras there. And in fact, you can go together. I mean, right in front of my house is captured. Contractor is still working. You wonder, with funding from the World Bank, you think that when funding is available, we're able to resolve some of this thing quite quickly. Why the delay? I am not too sure how. I am not too sure. But this is the attitude we have adopted over the years. This morning, you could just call the fire service. NADMO will be around distributing some relief items, and then we go back to sleep. Planning still continues the way we have done in the past. We are not improving upon the drainage systems. And how are we going to get a different results when we keep doing the old things as a people? How are we going to get new results? Or how are we going to better if we continue the old attitudes and we continue doing the old things? We will sit here lament, like we've lamented since June 3rd, 2015. And the 12th year will come if God does not destroy this world. The next year will come, will be still the lamentations, and it will continue and continue and continue.
So we are not learning
there has
lessons.
to be, the lessons have not been learned.
Very well.
Lessons have not been learned. Look at what is happening in Wager, the Ramsar side. This morning, I'm thinking, there are places in my constituency, Aloboshi, Abofu. Look, before then, not too long ago, under President Kufuor, the Alajo itself was a huge problem. Alajo was a huge problem. The construction of that drainage resolved the drainage matter and the flooding issue around Alajo. It continued up to Abofu, and then the project couldn't continue. Well, I'm not really sure how come, but since then, the people in Aloboshi, it is an eyesore. The people in Anumle, when you go to the place where there's a bridge from where the EcoBank is leading to Dome. This morning I'm just wondering what's happened to the people.
The Pillar 2 area.
Pillar 2 area. It is just a perennial issue.
Yeah.
Keeps coming up. I'm sure my MP will be wearing her boots this morning. A couple of weeks ago, the Minister for Housing came there. It's been over and over and one story after another. But the solutions are not just coming. So it's rather unfortunate that we keep having these issues. We have to change our attitudes.
Council.
Yeah.
Failure on the part of authorities to enforce the laws, or just indiscipline on our part as Ghanaians?
Well, even before I go into the main discussion, I bear due respect to me that today is your 8th anniversary.
Indeed it is.
Yes.
Of Channel One.
Yes.
Of Channel One.
That's interesting.
So I think it's important that we wish you a happy 8th anniversary.
Grateful.
And then praise you for the wonderful work you are doing.
Thank you.
I mean, you've made a great impact in the media landscape of the country since your introduction into the space. And so we are wishing that the years ahead will be much better. Continue to be professional as you have been. Don't give us a cause to start complaining.
We're God on our side.
On quite a sad note, I also, over the weekend, had to go through a very sad situation where a young man from my constituency in Nabdam, who is a law student in Accra here, Part 1 student, unfortunately lost his life. And in a very sad situation. This is someone who is very smart. I mean, has taught so far, been a teacher, going to training college.
Wow.
Been working so hard to do his LLB in WA.
Wow.
And moved on to gain admission on his first attempts to get into law school. And just preparing to write Part 1 exams, unfortunately lost his life. He has a young wife and a child. So my condolences to the family of Tony Atara of Nabdam and to his family and the people of Nabdam. May we all be consoled and take consolation with the Lord. May he also rest in peace. I am saddened also with what we heard of yesterday. I was leaving the office yesterday when the rain started, and I was a bit worried. I said, hey, this rain in the night, and usually in the evenings, because of limited visibility and all that. I mean, sometimes people don't even get to know that the rain could be that difficult. And then, unfortunately, it was almost around the rush hour when people were trying to get into their homes and get into trotros and find their way home. I mean, as I drive around, I saw a lot of people standing by the roadside trying to find transport and all that. And I share in the pain and I sympathize with most of the people who suffered yesterday due to the flooding and the rains. But as my brother has said, I mean, we know the problems.
Yeah.
We seem to know the cause. The problem has been with lack of action. And lack of action, not now, but lack of action over the years.
Yes. Yeah.
We have failed to take action consistently over the years for several considerations that has come to affect us. I mean, there are engineering problems, which we know. I mean, the absence of good drainage. And even where we have drainage, we have allowed encroachment, we have allowed silt to build up without desilting the gutters and the runways. And unfortunately, we suffer this almost every year. And it would interest you to note that there is actually a newspaper publication of similar flooding in 1960, 1962, graphic publication of Accra getting flooded, and the population of Accra at that time is nowhere near what we have today. So it appears that over time, in the last 60 years or 50 years, we have failed to properly plan, properly implement and enforce our planning laws. And that is the price we are paying today. I think that, luckily enough for us as a government now, this should be a wake-up call. Lucky enough, we have the support of some traditional authorities. I saw the government chair, and I was happy to see him himself go down into, and that's actually very remarkable.
True.
I mean, you will not find, I mean, when you're even going to buy a land or acquire land, they'll tell you that the chief doesn't go into the land. But to find the whole government chair, go down
into the flood
waters and walk in his shoes and his clothes getting muddy and all that, tells you that he has come face to face with the reality. And
why?
And it will be easy. I think the coffee doesn't taste well.
He doesn't like the taste of the
coffee. and for me, that tells us that we can get the endorsement
you
of
see the regional minister as well.
Let me finish.
Side and side.
Let me finish.
He's building on the point.
That tells us that we have some endorsements of the traditional authority to be able to galvanize the other chiefs and traditional authorities within Accra and other areas to help, one, in the unlawful sale of lands in waterways.
He actually asked that chiefs who sell lands in reservations should be arrested. That was the government.
I think it's a good, it's a good call.
Yeah.
And I support his call that chiefs who have sold lands should be brought to book. And that is not just enough. The assemblies, and the president reiterated this point in London recently, that the persons who give out permits, or who even sit back without giving permits, but sit back and allow some of this development to go on, should all be put to test. They should all come and answer to it that why did we come this far?
They should be transferred up north.
As for the lady has apologized, and I think it's fair and good that
even the president commented on it.
we don't remind ourselves of the thing. I come from the north, and I'm sure you do as well. I don't think, and I also don't blame her so much, because it has been a Ghanaian old habit where people seem to be transferred to very remote parts of the country as a way of
punishment.
It should never be a punishment. I have always stated that never should we use transfer as punishment. Transfer is to serve. If you are competent enough and you have been asked to go and serve, I don't think that should be used as a. But that aside, so I think that we have a very golden opportunity now, despite the sad note, that we should not have this level of flooding come next year. We should sit in this studio next year and have a discussion about how we can compare this year and next year and tell ourselves that we have improved. I mean, I understand that it will come at a very great cost to us, even as a government, because obviously these things come with political cost. Demolition in any way is not a very friendly and welcoming action. And don't forget that people don't appreciate the fact that you have come to demolish their homes. I mean, they think that the rains are just for a few months or a few weeks, and then after that, everything will go back to normal. So what is it that you are breaking their homes? But we need to do it to save lives. We need to do it to help ourselves and bring some sanity in our environment, in our communities. I mean, we can't continuously every year have this discussion about flooding in Accra and nothing seemed to happen. I mean, I remember very well that much younger when Kufuor was president, Accra got flooded. I was then working with a company around Jowulu. Okay. And I was around the Alajo Jowulu road. And I could stand there and see the military moving, the Navy coming in and all that. And this is Kufuor.
Yeah.
We've had how many presidents afterwards? And we still haven't. I'm happy that my brother mentioned some interventions and monies that were given.
The Garrett project.
In fact, it's rather a bit disappointing to say that under President Kufuor, we had even a minister for sanitation who was supposed to see to these drainage issues and the rest. And we all know the story of how some monies were found in her home and all the matters that come up and nothing has happened. It's very painful. It's really painful. We are disappointing our people. We've disappointed our people over time. And it's very painful. We need to be responsible. Leadership over the time has not lived up to expectation as far as this flooding issue is concerned. And we must all begin to welcome when governments start taking drastic action to demolish certain structures that are on waterways and to make way for the free flow of water. But we must also appreciate that once the city keeps growing, these things are likely to happen. Because you see, if you take the Equapim Ridge, the Buri Hills and the rest, years back, there were vegetations that helped to hold the water and they ran down to downstream.
So even the speed with which it comes down is curtailed.
It's curtailed. But now we have
development
all over the place. And without proper drainage downstream, without proper drainage to absorb. And then unfortunately for us, even downstream, we've also had situations where, and one of the places that I always felt hurt when I drive around and I see is when you're driving towards Kaswa and you get to the McCarthy Hill. And you look on your left where the toll booth is and you see churches where Samojan has its building. Sometimes I pray that one day the root of that building, the foundation of that building does not give up. Because see, we just scraped off all the vegetation and then started building churches and all manner of things. And every time it rains, that road turns into a single lane. Because it washes off all the mud and everything onto the road and people are compelled to. And you know, we look on every now and then, and I keep asking myself, what are we doing? What are we doing? The worst thing that will happen one day is that the buildings up there may collapse, and then we'll come and sit back here and now start sharing sympathies and talking about it as though we didn't see it coming. I think that city authorities should sit up. I mean, we the politicians will take blame for failures that perhaps we have failed to, actions we have failed to enforce or take. But I think the technocrats at the various assemblies who have the responsibility of supervising and ensuring that there's proper planning, proper permits, and all should do their job. And we must begin to hold them accountable. If we don't do this, every now and then we'll continue to have this problem and nothing will change. I understand there was a fire outbreak too as well in parts of Accra, and then a building collapse.
In Adenta.
I don't know what the cause of the fire outbreak may be, and I think it's the part of the police barracks in the Accra Central. Oh, that's very sad. That's sad. That's very sad. There are a bit of wooden structures and other activities there, and so I think that it's about time we move in. But the fire service is not too far from there. The fire service in Accra Central is quite close to the place. So
that's a Mokola.
Mokola, yes. And I mean, of course, because within Accra, there are other reinforcements. You know, the training school is just down the road where building collapse. It's about time we move from talk to action and then move into enforcement. And when we are enforcing, I'm hoping that nobody would now start to politicize issues and say that the government is being too harsh or the government is being too hard on the people and try to use that to score political points. When we do that, we are not growing. We are just moving in circles. It is better for us to enforce the laws and ensure that things are done right to save lives and properties as we move on.
Very well. I mean, there's a responsibility on authorities to act, but then also there's an attitudinal challenge on we have as a people. I mean, you'd have goosebumps listening to older folk talk about the recreational stuff they used to do on the Odo, with the Odo River and all that. But today, as you mentioned, the contractor has been working for what, over 10 years?
Yeah.
We have been desilting Odo for how many years? And we are getting flooded year after year.
And you see, there are templates. When you go into other jurisdictions and big cities around the world, whether in London, what they have done with the Thames across London, when you go to some of the Scandinavian countries, I mean, what they have done with water bodies flowing through major cities, it's just marvel. I mean, it's a marvel. But over here, my first thought, look, I was born in Abeka. I grew up in Abeka. So I'm very familiar with this area.
Right.
Growing up in the 80s and 90s, places where we knew were swampy. I mean, grass was growing, they were holding water because the water will flow into the area, will be held before it actually flows out or dries. All of them have been reclaimed, some way magically reclaimed with magnificent buildings. Not too long ago, we saw what's happening in Dansoma. And all of this, they are just, you could appreciate the fact that Accra, being the capital city, has pressure on land and infrastructure and all of that. But if our attitude it's to always get the shortcut rather than expand the capital outwards to more convenient areas, we really want to stay within that sort of area and then do the wrong things. I mean, we talk about vegetative cover, and when you walk around these days, it's become fashionable to tile your compound without leaving any greenery, so water is flowing on the surface. There's no avenue for water to sink down. And so, and we don't have central drainage systems in our communities as well, individual soakaways and all of that. And we are not moving away from that. We are not moving away from that until we get to a point where we move away. And one other key thing is that in our planning processes, you realize that areas develop before amenities go in there. There's a new area springing up. People are watched, they bring up buildings before they think about roads, before they think about utilities and all of that. And so there's always a way that to have to be creative to find ways for this water to, it all just boils down to planning. And all of these problems, one, land use planning, waste management, and then flood control. And then we are home and dry. Who is standing up? There are patches of good examples. Like I mentioned the Alajo example. We knew what was happening there and what is transpired. But when you go to Alogboshi this morning, I just feel, and it's all attitude now. It's all our attitudes. And I'm wondering how we can get different results doing the same
things.
I mean, this area, Tesano, used to be a very serene, a very green area. Very green area, but these days I cannot say so. Because all the swampy areas and all of that, there's one particular one where there's either a church building or a warehouse just down this road. It's just amazing. It's just amazing how come and who issued a permit. Because I knew the place right from the 80s. I mean, I knew how the place was. But hey, this is where we are. Somebody has to stand up, and we have a government. We have I mean, to also think that when by 2017, Accra Metropolitan Assembly had about 13 constituencies. Now we have even decentralized local governments to the extent that we have an assembly taking care of just 2 constituencies, Okankwe Central, Okankwe North. It is an area small enough to be managed. We have all the departments. We have urban roads, we have ESPA, we have all the planning, just to take care of those 2 constituencies, administrative area. And to think that the situation is getting worse, it's akin to us maybe throwing our hands in the air and saying that, look, I mean, there's very little that we can do. I mean, I just hope and pray that something will change drastically so that come June 4th, 2027, we don't come and sit here and lament on these matters again. But then again, it's very difficult to think that something significant is going to happen going forward. The pressure on land, the prices of land. I mean, it's just making people creative. In some of the areas, after the land has been sold, you see the people, the Alodia owners will go back and try to now being creative, finding new places. So sometimes portions of the roads are just carved out, and then resold and all of that. And you are not careful, you go and buy a piece of land that has been sold to earlier people, and it's all just all over the place, all over the place. And it's just. I mean, to listen to some of the older folk talk about Accra, maybe in the 60s and 50s and all that. Even those of us who saw Accra in the 80s and 90s, Charlie, we have some very nice times to look back to. And
it flooded even in the 60s.
It did, you see.
So what is it that
did.
we have?
But you see, we make reference to the flooding in the 60s because it was not an everyday thing. It was not a recurring thing.
Look, there may be.
I will make reference to it.
There may be occasions where London will flood.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. There will be occasions where New York will flood.
Yes, of course.
Right, but how many times?
Yes.
Exactly.
There's a system
it's
in
the
place.
recurrence, the trend.
I agree.
But this time it's become an annual event.
Exactly.
You refer to the 60s because it was an outlier, unheard of. That was why it was reported widely in the graphic. But this time, it is normal, trust me. By the time we finish this program, and walk out, we move on. We move on. The lamentations will be done. Those who have not been lucky to lose property, or those who are hurt, or those who lose their lives, we commiserate with them, and then we move on. It's become normal. But then it wasn't. That's just the difference.
Even if I could chip this, I think that what we need for Accra is an Accra master plan.
Right.
There is a master plan. Trust me.
What is stopping us from enforcing it?
Exactly. Hold on, because I was going to come to you on. We can't, whether we like it or not, there will be population growth.
Absolutely.
There will be rural-urban migration. So how we plan to deal with this vis-a-vis the floods. But let me get some weather updates from Mr. Joseph Potufi. He's with the Ghana Meteorological Agency, and he's joined us. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Great. What really are we looking at with respect to the rains, and what should be the expectations of Ghanaians?
Very well. I think we all know that we are in the peak of the rainy season for the coastal and the middle belts. So June is our heaviest raining month. So we should brace ourselves for more of this. In fact, what happened yesterday was a classical and then a well-organized system that came all the way from eastern Nigeria 2 days ago, and then propagate into our country. And normally, these are the systems that when they are well-organized, they go as far as getting out of the African continent, go into the vast ocean, and then create what we normally call the hurricanes, Katrina and hurricanes, Stephen and all those things for the Americans. So they are also very interested in this kind of systems. Because once it gets out of the Gambia, Senegal, and go into the sea, when the sea temperature is also high, and then it gets a lot of moisture, it builds up again. And because the sea is very vast, it develops into hurricanes for them. Yes. So for this month, we should expect 1 or 2 or 3 of these before we get out of the month.
Let's look at the level of intensity and do a comparison between previous rainfalls and what we are witnessing now. Is there any similarity, or is there a wide difference between that, and what will be the warning to Ghanaians?
Yes, this one was a very widespread system. In the previous year, some that we normally get is very localized, just over an area. But this one was a very wide system that moves all the way to the middle belt and then to the sea. And when it happens like that and it is very intensive, then we should expect the intensity of the rain should be very, very high. The rainfall amount will also be very high. We are now collecting the data for all our stations to see where the heaviest rainfall. But normally also we should note that it is not the floods, the rain that falls in our area that cause the flood. But when it is raining from the mountains, the Ebri Mountains, the last time we were in Ebri Mountain, it was raining, and the rainwater took one side of the road as if it was a drainage system, coming all the way to Ayimesa, Accra. And when it gets to Ayimesa, it must find its course to get into the sea. And those rains all also culminate into the flash flood that we normally have in Accra. Because every rain from Isawam, Adodraji, all its environs, they must pass through at least Accra before it gets into the sea. And once our drainage systems are not so huge to contain them, they will definitely find their way wherever they want and then get into the sea. Yes. So we sells for.
But what would be the nature of these rains? Because sometimes we notice that it's heavy but falls for a very short period. Other times it falls over hours, leaving the city submerged. So what would be the nature of the rains that we're expecting?
Yes. Well, what is happening is that when I said it's a localized one, you have a small system, maybe over Accra alone. It will just fall over 30 minutes, 1 hour, that's over. But when it's an organized system, which is very huge, and it is coming, then definitely it will take about 6 hours, 5 hours for it to be able to pass. And while that is passed, it's raining, definitely you have a flash flood to contend with. So some of these systems, for now, we'll be having organized what we call the score line, disturbance line systems. And when we have those systems, they normally take a lot of time before they can get out of the country. But if you have a localized one, yes, that one, you can just rain for once. Energy is off the system, the rain stops. And this system currently, as I'm speaking, it has moved into the western coast. It's raining in the Azim, it's raining in the Bremen Sukuma, how do we call it? Oda, it's got to Asim Fosu, going all the way to Bogoso, those areas before it will get it out of the country. So it's a well-organized system. And once there is energy, once there is a score line, once there is a convective activity, there is low pressure, then it will have its way to all the way. Yes. But at certain times, yes, you have this organized system, but there might be a high pressure somewhere. The rain cannot pass through the high pressure. It will definitely dissipate it. But when you have a low pressure all along the coast, then when you have organized systems, it will move over 500 to 600, or even 1,000 kilometers before that rain will subside. Yes. And when it gets to a place and there is a lot of moisture, then it builds up again, then continue its journey. Yes.
Right. We've seen some changes regarding the patterns, the weather patterns. Take, for example, this past December, we didn't necessarily experience the Harmattan. So, but ordinarily, we know that the June-July period is a rainy season, especially in the southern parts of the country. Per your readings, how long are we expecting these rains to last? Is it going to go beyond the June-July period?
Oh, no. By June, July, August, we should be able to get a little dry spell. Then that will usher us into the minor rainy season, which will be around September, October, November, then December. Yes, last year, as we all know, even at December, it was raining in certain part of the country.
Right.
We couldn't get the northeasterly winds to be dominant. We were still having the westerly winds, and westerly winds are very moisture. They come from the sea, the Guinea coast. So when they come and they go up, they develop clouds and then it rains. But we are hoping this season, yes, the season will end actually by September, October. If fortunately we get the northwesterly winds coming, then definitely the rain will stop. But if we are still getting the westerly wind, then the rain will take us all the way to somewhere December. Yes.
Wow. Wow. Per the data you have been collecting, what patterns have you established? And based on these patterns, what advice will you give to Ghanaians?
Oh, yes. Currently, we are expecting the southwesterly winds to prevail for the whole month of this June. So once the southwesterly winds are prevailing, and the Azores high, the high pressure system over the Mediterranean, is also very weak, then the Cetelina is high. The Cetelina is very south of South Africa. If that one is very high, it will push a lot of moisture in. And once it's pushing a lot of moisture in, then we should have a lot of rain, a lot of system develop, especially over the equatorial boundary. That we normally call the Guinea Coast monsoon. Yes, when we have the Guinea Coast monsoon and moisture is coming in, then this rain will persist until somewhere July. Then we can get out of it. We'll have a respite. After the respite, the northern sector will take it because this thing will move. The intertropical boundary will move. That is where the dry wind and then south wind are meeting. Will move to the north. So when it moves to the north, then the northern sector will be experiencing a lot of rains. Right. So when it experiences a lot of rains, by September, October, we are expecting the intertropical boundary to drop. When it drops to latitude 6 and 5, then we will be getting our rains again. And then when the northeasterly winds comes in, then it will push the intertropical boundary into the sea. Then we can experience harmattan. But if it doesn't push, the northeasterly wind doesn't come to push the southwesterly wind into the sea, then the southwesterly wind will dominate. Because the southwesterly wind is moisture. It's coming from the ocean. The northeasterly wind is dry. It's coming from the continental. It's coming from the land. So it's very dry. And once it is dry, there is no way clouds can form. So if that one dominates, yes, then that one we can get about that. But if the northeasterly wind still dominates, then there is no way we can experience the harmattan that will be experiencing.
Wow, Mr. Potofi, thank you so much for your time this morning. And,
it's a pleasure for having me.
Great. So Joseph Tete Potofi is the Deputy Director in charge of forecasting at the Ghana Meteorological Agency. Says we should brace ourselves for more rains. Are we ready?
I think that one other factor that we tend to lose is climate change.
Yeah.
My mind was drawn to the fact that last December, January, the harmattan wasn't really, it wasn't something that you felt like we have done in the previous years. And this time around, we even had rains, I recollect, around that time, so which was quite
unusual.
Very difficult, given the southwesterly winds influence from the Sahara, typically around at that time. And climate change is not just unique to us. I mean, it's something that is happening to us. I mean, the way we live, how our lifestyles is changing, its impact on the environment and all of that. And it's something that we need to keep an eye on as that's how come it was refreshing to know that it's part of the Ministry of Energy's the ministers I think the name of the ministry is now. It takes into consideration that sort of thing. But I'm not too sure what we are doing in that regard as to what we're feeling, what sort of policies we are running as a nation or as a people to ensure that we are able to sustain our forest cover is going. The impact of Galamsey itself, it's just a multifaceted issue, and it cannot be looked at only by planners, environmentalists, finance people, because the finance people actually provide the funding for some of these projects, policymakers, CSOs. It is a multifaceted issue, and we have to settle down, else we'll be taken by surprise in the coming years.
Council, like I said before we went to speak to the GMET, we can't stop population growth.
No.
It will be difficult also stopping rural urban migration.
No.
So
we can control to an extent, but what's your point then?
The point is that Accra already, if you like, is
choked.
It's choked.
Yeah.
So how do we navigate all this vis-a-vis the flooding we are witnessing?
I mean, population growth in itself is not a bad thing.
No.
It is only when you have population growth in a manner that you can't control anymore and cannot match with the available resources.
So there's no balance.
So for us, population growth is actually an advantage, because in the West they are struggling with aged population and even the activities of LGBT and others. It tells them that the future doesn't look good, and they are extending it in a way to us. So population growth in itself is not bad.
Right.
I mean, rural-urban migration will continue to be there, but the only thing we will do in the future perhaps is to provide similar opportunities in other rural communities that would help people not to necessarily have to move to Accra for a better life, or to move to Accra to find jobs and do other things, so that at least they'll find something else to do.
Sure.
Those ones are long term and may not be, we can't have immediate actions that would help us. But the things that we can do to assist us is to look at the Accra Master Plan. Perhaps there may be a need to review it and start enforcing it. See, we sat back and looked on when some communities were developing. I mean, there's a big community in some parts of Weija called Sampa Valley. If you know the original plan of Sampa Valley, it was meant for irrigation.
Okay.
Coming Nkrumah, after the Weija Dam and everything, for that we would have excess water, and it would be good to irrigate the Sampa Valley area. Now it has become heavily residential, but we've forgotten that it's a very low-lying area. We failed to put in proper measures for irrigation, and today we are paying the price for it. We need to learn our lessons. I mean, we have areas like Nana Krom and other places getting flooded now because they are sitting right at the foot of the Equiapim Hills. So as the water runs down, all the silt runs down, they begin to become the first point of reception. It hurts to even know that we're even attempting at some point to get rid of the Achimota forest, forgetting the unique
We're attempting to get rid of it.
But it was real. We saw it out. We saw it out there under the previous administration. Portions of it was significantly willed, and it was willed forever.
You really want to go there?
I have gone there already and I'm back.
I would have given you a chronology.
I've gone there and I'm back.
So let's move away from there.
So I'm telling you that, I mean, some of these things that we do tells us that we, the leaders of this country, need to take responsibility. We've looked on. I mean, with what happened at the in Lashibi and the what do you call it, the
Ramsar site.
The Ramsar site. I mean, it tells us that we have failed.
Yeah.
We have failed in enforcement. We have failed and looked on, because these are not buildings that are at foundation level. These are buildings that are high as some 2 floors and 3 floors. Some are even completed buildings where people are living in them. What happened to us?
Right.
So I think we need to take some immediate actions and have a long-term plan towards reducing the effect of flooding going forward.
Right. Let's go to the site of the building collapse in Adenta and see what the situation is this morning. The Ghana National Fire Service has completed its search and rescue operation. Philip Nilate is there at the site and he joins us. Philip, kindly give us an update. The fire service has completed its search and rescue operation, but what do you see there? And tell us what the situation is this morning.
So, Nana Tufo, thank you. And reported from Adenta Okata Bindman, and actually that is where this sad incident happened. From the Ghana National Fire Service's statement, they've been able to rescue about 4 and 1 feared dead. Today, coming to the scene, and since it's daytime, you are able to see this situation clearly, and the building has actually dropped, fallen, collapsed. You can see chairs under, that nothing actually was salvaged from this particular structure, except for the individuals that were saved, as in rescued. 4 individuals were rescued and 1 has passed. This morning, as I am here now, a number of residents are around looking at the situation, that is eyewitnesses and onlookers, and also trying to ask themselves various questions as to what happened yesterday here. But I'll speak to one of the elders here who I understand actually observed what happened here, who observed what happened here yesterday. He would try and tell us exactly how the rescue situation went yesterday, for how long has this structure been like this, and also other things that he would want to share with us here on Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. Good morning. Udin the saying.
From Samuel Agbenyefia.
Oh yeah, Denwaha.
Me a penny or Krumha.
Tell us what exactly happened yesterday, Bumutre.
Oh dear, a happy ano say. I don't know 5 o'clock when you start here. See, I had me my rounds. As me a penny or hunting me my rounds if you had the apostle. Did the Betian say, Taiso, I say, Honomo. Abrosabi, I say, I'll boo Honum. See, I could do Honum, first one. Any it is a canny ring was your, and any panel so it be yet the was your. Tiatiani, maybe a frost or a jay boom, any ye back, Bema back when you know, I didn't pay any more than a call hospital, it didn't do. I ambulance in him, didn't call. It's a children now, and penny for a name. Oh, penny for Bahapa, fire service for any fancy soldiers, Biguha, Bebre, and a nut before Subaha, and penny for no, Beguanaja. A share Siena, or Bab, a gay back, boy back would be a sue horn, see a man in Sue. Yes, I don't know, you see a man in Sue boo. Tienya Botre, my young Wajuma San, a Pacific Bugumia, you resist the blocks and be crying as she shall see. She resist San, it me ye boy, no, ye boy, no dear. No, we, no, I am re. Ni nasi baby our why, and a guy didn't two, and yet in the ambulance. No bandy or would that. To a banner quite a fast way, you know. Machine at the Yadumana machine is swap, in your machine at the Asa. Tia Gusua, Naja, ya and penny for any Ancasan, ye dear dream. Yes, a quite a fast way be, you know. And I get to try on Rosson. To try on us near the machine is chassis in a pijay. Nakra be crash chassis. Jay, we and a
commoners will one answer. No, we
if you top away. Yes, I don't know. Your first year, you are banner dear, or prepare and trap pie, iron ross will rule and your first soon, you know, and I didn't true ambulance cannon. And the jack, a point, and soldier for any police for say, any no pay on the baha. Until the same say, no more years are rescue mission in here. You are not 2 o'clock, not 2 above.
So what he's saying is that, just by way of translating what he said, when the incident happened, they heard of it and they could rush to this particular scene. Other officials came here. Mind you, NADMO came here. We saw Ghana National Fire Service also coming here. It says some military men also came to this place to save the individuals who were in the structure or rescue them. Some were saved, like the Ghana National Service has said, 4 have been saved, but for the woman that has passed on, her situation was very critical, and what he said, they saw iron rod that has actually pierced her and all that, which was very, very sad. They ended the entire exercise at about 2 a.m. Just this dawn, and he's saying that officials have also said that they are going to return to the site and inspect the exercise. But let me ask him further questions. Now, maybe for how long had this building been here? I would want to ask him that question as well. Dino, is here for how many years?
Oh, see, I'm for 10 years. Nobody can see chamber home, you know, and Sana, I mean, we and a chile, and the banner by years started bedino. And banner by years started in the Aka. When we talk on cry, when you am far down to us, there's soon toy and a licky. Our top of it, the end sinking in the blue rayon rose on me, pillars in him. A man, a year, not a statue yacht, and a wound. Tinsuno can see a turn land on it me. Am I sure? A buoy.
Into a down way, any pana or timono, on one down as not their rent.
Would be my renting on one casa and any man room. Son, I didn't happy.
In Kofona, so now what's in Kofona at Wencham see and only a tenants and I say, only a landlord.
Landlord for if you rough for me. I'm many if you rough. Abomuhu. Aboyehu papa nya de ketwa no na yentimi nya hwema ye mre. Enya de ketwa. Me akokora yi ma bre papa. E ba ne sa no nsuo no midikan nsuo ne ton midikan na mu. Say ebe ma amanfo emfa ho. E wo junction so school junction. E no kora na menam ho na nsa na we happy am dwane bae. Nti sa ne course wa ha.
Udimbium.
Midin Samuel Agbenyefia.
Okay. So that is Samuel Agbenyefia there. He has said everything. He has said that, okay. So he has said that it has actually raised fears here, and the residents are actually here in their numbers. So I don't know if the camera can pan. You can see the residents here in their numbers behind me and all that here in their numbers to see what exactly has happened, and people are asking themselves several questions. I'm sure that some of the residents here may know the individuals that were in this structure that has collapsed, and this happened yesterday. Let me speak to a few of them. Let me find out from them what they make of this tragic incident that happened yesterday. Mami, if I was saying, Enkasa, if I was saying,
so fire.
And okay, assembly and also who assembly. At all saying,
Nanya is you. None that's from crown.
You go for no now any moment. Now any moment. Okay. Nana, I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, I'm asking what effects the collapse had on adjoining buildings or adjoining structures. Give us an idea if there were some destruction caused to the adjoining buildings, and if any casualties were recorded there as well. And also paint us a picture of what the building was like before the collapse.
Okay, so let me give you that update. Adjoining buildings on to my left, as where I'm standing, to my left you see wooden structures there. So not much of an issue, except that a part of the wooden structure got broken. That is what I can see with the roofing sheets and all that. You can see scattered. But we also moved to the other side of the structure, where I can tell you what has happened. It's affected the fence wall of the other building, and you can see the fence wall of the other building that is virtually off. It's collapsed and fallen off. So I'm sure the magnitude or the way the building actually collapsed had an impact on adjoining buildings. But buildings are on opposite or adjacent, let me put it that way, are actually intact, except for portions of it, that is the fence wall, and the other side, the wooden structure that is off. But Nana, like I was saying earlier, you can see the blocks that are here. Very, very sad. I don't know if the cameraman can also show us what is beneath the building, and you can see that everything is totally gone. We understand that there is a vehicle beneath this particular car. As of yesterday, the alarm on the vehicle kept ringing or kept giving indication that something was happening. But as we speak now, we understand that the alarm is off and the alarm isn't beeping anymore. So you can see the nature of the building, and this is very, very serious. Yesterday, according to one of the eyewitnesses I spoke to, that was the man who spoke to, who says he's an elder here. He mentioned that it looks like the leakage may have caused it, but I'm sure maybe investigations will go into it and we'll see. Let me try and speak to some of the residents, like I made mention of, and find out from them. Like I tried asking what they make of the incident that happened here yesterday. There was this particular woman I want to speak to find out from her what she makes of the incident that happened here yesterday, and also whether she knows the individuals that passed on yesterday. Mommy, Pacho, what did you say?
Midi Obobia.
Obobia then.
Abigail.
Na and bra esi no. Obaha.
Me bahabi. Me bahapa na said ade ne ye wo fie ne yete say ade no dem bi abu be ne ye nim baby a ebu wɔyɛ sɛ wɔyɛ akyi nti yɛn nso yɛtu mmirika ne yɛn nso yɛbae yɛba no saa tam na obi anya ma area ha boys ne na ɛwɔ ha sei nti no na saa tam police fo man nti akyiri ne fire service no police fo ina soldier fo nyina ne nadmo wɔ nyina wɔ bae nti yɛn de ne asi yɛ kɔ eba nyina ne yɛn nso yɛwɔ ha bi yɛba no wɔ pam yɛn ne yɛkɔ ne yɛba yɛba no wɔ pam yɛn ne yɛkɔ yɛba wɔyi nkɔla ne nyina ne yɛwɔ na ɛka sister baako no nti ɔno de ne wɔntimi nyi no nti na afei wɔ excavator ne bi fi bɛma camp wɔde ba edu ha ne ntimi wura edu ha ne ntimi wura de wɔn asisi down ha ne ntimi wura nti ɛno de gyina main road num na ɛyɛ nti later excavator ketewa ne etimi yɛ etimi yi sister na wɔde ne kɔ nti excavator na wɔde fi bɛma camp ba na ntimi anyɛ ne gyina main road num ha ne woyi na wɔde ne kɔ nti me so de an me hu ni
nkɔfora na mo timu no na onimo
media sister ba ko na wawu ni di minimum na wawu ni di minimum no tontosu wo madin minimum be won aka ne di minim se eye we ana se ye we.
Okay, so what's your first name?
Obobia Abigail.
So Obobia has also narrated what happened yesterday. She said that she came here earlier after they heard of the sad situation. She came here to see for themselves, or to see for herself as residents here, or people who stay within the area. And she also made mention of the fact that it was very difficult for the excavator to actually get to this place, which is the big one. So the small excavator was able to get to this place, and that is what helped in the rescuing of the four, and also the retrieval of the body that, or the lady that passed on. She says that she knows the woman that passed on, and that particular woman sells vegetables, and that is what she has said. Abomuhu.
Wabo yengu pa sister ni wudi asi yen pa ese sister no ye ni papa asi yen pa ama ye nyina yen aboto wa akura na obi antimi nko adwuma
na so ensure to a say ahayiri
ade ensu to a ha na yiri ndura nsu na yiri pa ye ba ha almost 15 years ni ye hu bi da ndura nsu ni de ye hu bi da nti nsu to a ha no eyiri anything wa be ye gwata ma ye nti gwata ne de wo ye ne boa ye bebe bi wo ho an ntimi anye ntimi anye nti ha de nsu to a eyiri.
So she has also mentioned that, well, it's created fear amongst them here, and I asked her that question, whether they witness flooding here anytime there is a downpour, and she says yes. And even yesterday's was the worst she's seen ever since she moved to this place. But the fact that the drains have been widened and there's been a construction of drains here, it's actually helped them. Let me speak to some more of the elders who stay here and find out from them. So that was Obobia's account. Later, I'll go through the structure itself, and you see for yourself what really they've been able to salvage and all that. But from all things that we can see, nothing actually was taken. If I was saying,
George Tekonati. The empress me can say, never be a high and ha. The first thing, that is what I say. And Nimuhano, got an or say, we a honey ha. Na uncle talk as here no. Nina, a kauma in Sunutoa, and Yamba being fat. Inti, Messer say, Omo and no, Omum Nye, dear me kind.
What's in the same?
As some way see any dear, maybe appear so, but a buyansana maybe. Into the American say, no, dear minim, and whom assembly break.
And so no one.
And I'm a far, Najuno, not me who says, see. Excavator no buy no, number, but I know dear mean to me come once and be a say, and I say, in the end.
So he's also given his account, and he has said that, well, they should try and also fix the drain here in front of Dayeswasi supermarket, and that drain should have to be fixed. So what I can see here is a cushion. I'm sure it has to do with a chair. I'm seeing a fan here, a fan in the debris, and I'm seeing a fridge, I think, because it's a box that is there. I'm seeing in your shot, I'm sure you can see the chairs, and maybe you can see the paint rubbers or the containers also there. I wish I actually went to the top there to actually see what is happening there, but I understand some work is ongoing there. I don't know if the gentleman would actually permit us to take shots from there, but I can see the electric wires also that have been broken, or actually they've been left like that. That's a phone. I can see a phone here, so it tells you that a number of things have gone down, and few things that I can see I have been able to identify or narrate them or be able to describe them, except that there are a number of things down there. We are told that they weren't able to salvage anything.
But Philip, don't risk it. Don't risk going atop the building. But let's find out if there are any officials there, NADMO, police, fire.
Let's move to the other side. Let me tell you what I can see. So I can see a painting here. I can see kids' clothing. Kids' clothing is actually here. Clothing and all that. Are you asking if there are NADMO police fire service officials here?
Yes, that's the question.
Okay, good. So as I speak to you, then I can tell you that I'm not seeing any of them here. I'm not seeing any of them here. From what one of the elders told us is that the rescue mission ended at 2 a.m. and they moved out of this place, hoping to return later in the day. So as of this morning, as I speak to you, I haven't sighted any official here yet. All what I can see, I can just see residents and people who are here to see the situation for themselves, and also people who are sort of concerned about what happened here yesterday. And the officials, I can't see any of them here.
These some gentlemen at the top there, what exactly are they doing, and are they not risking their lives?
Shop here. Hello, madam. Good morning. Were you here when the incident happened yesterday? Did you see it for yourself? Because I think you run a shop close to. Okay, so briefly, Yankasa, within the saying. No. Exactly. So the gentleman at the top there, I actually want to find out what they are doing there. I understand that they are breaking to find something in there. I really don't know what they are finding in there, but maybe I'll find out exactly what is happening at the top there. I've seen, when I came here, I saw them cutting a few things. I don't know whether they are relatives of the victims or they stay here and all that. They've been there for a very long time. So we will try and find out from them. I actually wanted to speak to this woman who runs the shop here, who is into decorations and all that, but unfortunately she's rejected, or she's refused not to actually speak to us, because I'm sure maybe she's having she doesn't want to speak to us. So Nana, that is the situation here. We are still waiting for the officials to come here and find out from them what the next line of action is, whether the entire structure will be taken out of this place, and whatever the investigation is actually going to bring out. Boss, good morning. Let us speak to you small. Oh.
All right, Philip Nilate reporting from the site of the Adentan building collapse, a two-story building that collapsed yesterday. Ghana National Fire Service says they've completed a search and rescue operation. 4 rescued, and then unfortunately one person passed on. So that's the situation there. I'm not sure why there are no officials there, NADMO, the assembly, the police, the fire service. Are they done? Could that be the situation? Are they done? Also,
I also find it a bit strange.
Yes.
That, even we are told that the military was there yesterday.
Exactly.
The fire service were on hand to help with the rescue exercise. But I find it very strange that no one is on site, or at least to keep the place secured, and even to cordon off the area.
Because investigations will have to go
on. And not to allow anybody to go there. And what we have been failing to notice that there could be subsequent collapse of the current situation, which may be harmful to the people who try to get close. You understand? We may have electricity still running into the community. If electricity has been cut off from the community, that is good. But if not, it means that electricity is still running into the building, into other adjoining properties, and the risk to people. And you know that it's rained, and so the grounds are wet. Places are wet, and there could be aftermath that could be very harmful. So it's still strange that we don't find any official on the ground. I don't know whether they are there and they haven't been identified, or they are not there, but it doesn't look too good. I think it's about time that we need to take these things very serious, very serious. I mean, collapse sites are not sites for us to be able to walk around. They are accident scenes. They could be crime scenes. They could be places for further investigations and all that. I saw that when it happened in Newtown, the police kept people there. Fire service were there the day after, and they did all they have to do to cut off the debris and everything and clear the area. But for in this situation, I'm surprised that nobody is there as at this morning. Maybe there will be further explanations later on.
Alaji, quick thoughts on this building collapse, and also if you can also look at the first respondents and how they react to such accidents.
Yeah, in fact, the first respondent issue has been something that we all need to be up and doing. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 8 of us here. If somebody should collapse right now, I don't know who. I said if. I don't know if any of us has what it takes
to revive.
In other jurisdictions, at a certain level, by the time you do national service or something, you're exposed to, even kids at a certain age are exposed to some of these things. So sometimes people lose their lives not as a direct impact of what has happened, but the first respondents, those who get there first, I mean, how they treat the victims actually may result in more injury than maybe the actual event. And so up and doing, and as I sit here, I'm also recalling the role that the media needs to play in some of these things. I recollect with Philip reporting right from live from the incident scene. I recollect in the early 90s, there used to be a program on radio, Good Morning Accra. There was a man, Joe Tete Kofi, where they got into the communities, engaged the members in the community, will bring the assemblyman, what their issues are, and they are discussed and brought to the fore. And so when there need to be some action to be taken, it would actually be followed up. Not too long ago, we sat in the studio after what happened in Newtown. Lives were lost. I'm not too sure if anybody is followed up. What happened? Was somebody responsible? Did somebody renege on their duty? The report of the investigation. Nobody's talking about it. It's happened again in Adenta. We're talking about this morning. By the time the day ends, we are moving on. And it's become just part and parcel of in other jurisdictions. When these things happen, there are inquests in public. People get to learn lessons. People are held responsible. That's a private building. I'm looking at the pillars, even with the eye of my uninitiated eye. I am asking myself questions. How are those pillars able to support this building? I mean, even with my uninitiated eye. But we'll lament this morning. We'll wake up from the studio and the platforms, and then we go back to our old ways. Let's ask questions. In Newtown, who was responsible? What happened to that person? Has anybody been held responsible? Lives were lost. And at the very worst bait, we tend to politicize some of these things, and then we move on as a people. But I think that the media also has a role, and the media should also be up and doing.
Let's go to the fire scene at Accra Central. Samuel Akom is there, and let's get some updates from him. Samuel, what's the situation this morning?
Yes, hello, Nana. So I'm coming to you live from the Accra Central Business District. This is a place where the fire incident happened last night, and the fire officers, as already indicated, have already been able to confine the fire. But then usually after these incidents, there are real stories, as in the persons who have been affected. But even before I speak to some of these persons, let's go in to find out what is happening. I'm currently the scene is directly opposite the police station, the Central Police Station here, Accra Police Station. And this is where it happened. Let's see if we can have a quick look at some of the things that have been happening. And this is the current state of the place. You can still see smokes coming out of the rubbles. And you can see fridges here, which have all been destroyed. Earlier, I engaged traders who have lamented how their essential items as well as monies and loans they went in for business just yesterday and a couple of days ago have all been lost to this particular fire incident. And this facility here used to be about 32 rooms. That is according to the Public Relations Officer of the Ghana National Fire Service I spoke to this morning on the breakfast news. And most of them were traders because, of course, it's close to the market area here. And so these are current and live photos and videos of the place. And now that we have an idea of how the place is looking like now, of course, you see passerby standing to see what has been happening here. When I came, I saw a certain woman, lament. So I sought to ask, what is happening? She sought to say that when the fire officers arrived, there was a communication stating that they did not have water, so they had to wait for some other tenders. But let me listen to her to tell the story by herself. Hello, Bobby. I've seen you lament. What really is the problem? Were you here last night? And right now, I didn't see it.
And I abaya and I didn't see you. John before you go catch a fire service for. Almost two can buy and almost in Swan. First can buy and Swan. Second buy and Swan. Third one is Swan. And to say before time I'm buy and I come to Jana and Kajana and Chandesta. Persons are moon Yajuma Papenti.
I was saying.
Before I pray Tamafona buy and a BBS side. Then BBS say, the BBS here, and a cross central.
Enti wono pacho ususu say anka mo ba first no na enso wo mo a anka niama bi wo ho a mo betimi esave wo ho.
Some mo buy and first can buy and can so ma because I don't know Johnny here kase. And this other man can fire service pay attention so medum jana. And can say and twene sa and can you padi and say sa and can you say kind and sa because you see any here and wo bro for na ye wo mo ni say you padi and nyina say aban. And you say fire service for na papa so na here na yamaye because ya da bontin here bla.
Yo, BBC say aya ye hwe ho na ye de to anamon se na be ya science bi ma ye be hu how best I be deal with it. Na be say me bi science then I will catch up and say tenders ne if I say omuni equipment aban hwe na so those equipment no ho.
Abanye sani se no aka central no fridge no so ya na doso. Meter ba ko wire by 100. Enti ni nyina attention no ya no so etimi so bosa. Enti ya sense ra be hwe na ra be kama yen. Our fridges ni cylinder ni ade no because I Accra Central. They dey mean to cross and talk asie nim. And transfer back asie na back asie nim dia. E kan nya san papa because fire service no ye hu di omo ye.
Yo, me da say your person.
Me di Mary Aboadua.
Okay, so that was Maria Aboadua we just spoke to. She spoke in the local dialect, and what she's basically saying is that as at the time the fire service officers arrived yesterday, the first tender that arrived. According to her, had no water.
Sammy,
yes,
who are the occupants of this building, and what happens there? What's the building used for?
Right. So, according to information we've picked up here, the building basically houses police officers and some traders. Right. So it's basically police annex here. So it houses police officers as well as some traders here. But for the police officers, unfortunately, according to their protocols, we cannot engage them. I mean, some of the affected police officers. Right. But I have some traders here. I don't know if you indulge me.
Are there any fire officers at the scene?
No. Currently, there are no fire officers, and the debris is yet to be cleared. We met an ADMO officer here moments ago who stated that he also arrived here a couple of moments ago, so he has to gather information before he speaks to us. But I must state on record that there are some police officers here who I believe are here to ensure that people do not get too close, in order to involve themselves in some danger. So if I can speak to some traders to find out how this devastation, has really affected them. I've seen some here. Hello, Mami. You say why you put on kakra na enti de na esi.
Ya kasade. Niema na ahye. Niema nyina ahye. Yesika wodamu ye niema ye bibia ahye. E bibia ahye. Ana ye de tititi wo. Niema nyina ahye.
Yeah, Frosty. Uton ade o.
Ne ton ade. Ton ade wa. E ton ta de wa. E ta de ni nyina ahye.
Na sikas o kasikasem a sika be sen ana niema so betimi a quantify no.
Niema ahye ni sika ahye no. Adosu 1 billion asem na ye kan yo. Adosu the bar for yi. The old currency eka yesika ni e gbetre nyina ahye loan so ne edi ye. Ekoji loan ni e da kofa niema ni etua ni asaje. Nti no wadwuma na ye yare ni nyina.
Asɛmsi ɛyɛ ne nti sɛ police for na ɛboa mo ama bebi ma metimi yɛ de moniam muti ato kakra ho
yɛsɛ IGP ba na adwo ɛba nti ɛhɔ ne de mitimi nka ho asɛm mo bebi
nti da mo hwɛ nim saban ɛbɛyɛ aboa mo
sɛ aban moa sɛ deɛ yɛayɛ mo bɔ ne tititi wɔ yɛ ba kokɔ ne wa yɛsɛ
So, Nana24, that was a trader I just spoke to. She was also a resident of this particular facility. And if you can see the faces of these traders, you can really tell that there is really a sad situation here, especially some stating that they had to go in for loans just a few days ago to, embark on their businesses. But this has happened. But what they can do is to wait to see what the government will do. I must state on record that according to sources, the IGP was present here. The police gave them some place to at least lay their heads. And so all what they say is that now they are looking at what next can be done for them. So that is the live update here, Nana24 Boateng from the Accra Central Business District.
All right, Samuel, thank you so much, Samuel. Rather unfortunate, but Samuel Akomde reporting to us from the police annex at Accra Central, where a fire has raised the structure. We understand Ghana National Fire Service was on hand to douse the fire. A police communication released from the Accra Central Regional District of the Ghana Police Service indeed confirmed that the IGP, Christian Tete Yohunu, together with some members of POMAB, that's the Police Management Board, and the Accra Regional Commander were at the scene last night to assist and to ensure that assistance is given to affected persons. That statement also, I don't know how to say it. There was no mention of arson, but the statement concluded with that a suspect is in custody assisting with investigations.
Oh, really?
Yes. Wow. It's what do you call it? A 4-point statement. I have it. Let me just pull it out. Yes, so 6-point statement actually, titled "Fire Outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks." 1. There's a fire outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks. Personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service are at the scene and are working to bring the situation under control. 2. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Christian Tete Yohunu, together with some members of the Police Management Board and the Accra Regional Police Commander, are at the location to assess the situation and to ensure the necessary support to affected personnel. There are no casualties, and the cause of the fire has not yet been established. 4. We wish to thank the National Fire Service team and our officers who are assisting with the situation. 5. The suspect is currently in police custody assisting with investigations. 6. Any further developments will be communicated. And this is signed by Ms. Juliana Obeng, Superintendent of Police, Head of Public Affairs, Accra Region. So I don't know whether there was some arson or I'm not sure.
In any case, whoever was arrested is still a suspect.
Still a suspect.
So well, I think it's early days. It's early days, but at least it's good that if the police, based on their intelligence, have picked up someone, then it's an indication that they are getting to some point. I hope that whoever has been arrested would help us to get to the true cause of this fire and deal with it once and for all. If it's truly arson, then it's most unfortunate that you can do this to ordinary people. I mean, for what could be the motivation?
Okay. All right. We'll have to leave here, but I just received another update from the police.
Yes.
Press release update 1. Fire outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks. The Accra Central Regional Police Command wishes to clarify that, contrary to earlier reports suggesting that arrest had been effected in connection with the fire outbreak at the Accra Central Police Barracks, no arrests have been made at this stage of investigations. Meanwhile, a fire officer who sustained injuries during the operation is currently receiving treatment at the police hospital and is in stable condition. There have been no reported fatalities, while the cause of the fire is yet to be established. The command acknowledges the efforts of the Ghana National Fire Service and all officers assisting to contain the situation and ensure safety at the scene. Any further developments will be communicated. Again, signed by Ms. Juliana Obeng, Superintendent of Ghana Police, Head of Public Affairs, Accra Region.
Well, it's been clarified. So let's take the official position as what it is. No arrest has been made.
No arrest.
But it is quite disturbing when the lady said that the fire tenders got to the place without.
Perhaps she does not understand the situation.
I mean, these are lay persons sometimes who don't know what exactly is. And they was even saying that the third, fourth, and fifth ones all came without water. I mean, whenever fire tenders are stationed at the station, they are stationed prepared to attend to fire emergencies. And you should know very well that there are a couple of fire stations within that area.
Exactly.
Circle, Parliament, and
even Mokola itself.
Mokola itself, which is just a few distance from.
And the other thing too is that the fire service fights fire with different substances.
Absolutely, depending on the nature of the fire and what is burning. If you appreciate that building very well, it's a very old colonial building. A part of it, it's wooden, and so it may determine what the fire service will use to fight the fire.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Yesterday, Alhaji Kamaldeen was here, and when we spoke about June 3, he drew attention to something. It looks like, unfortunately, for some strange reason, most of the disasters in this country happen on Wednesdays.
It starts it today, right?
It starts it today. Yesterday was Wednesday. But thank you so much, Lantega Panga.
But isn't it interesting that your anniversary also falls on June 4th?
Well, it is. It is. Thank you so much, Lantega Panga. Thank you so much, Alhaji.
Are you saying that Channel 1 actually started on June 4th?
Yes.
I've been around
the revolution. The revolution began on June 4th.
The coincidence is just to anyway, we know to the
Don't go any minutes to it.
There's a hip hop song that starts with an intro. The intro says, "The revolution will be televised."
Oh yeah, I recollect that. June 4th, 31st December. They also happen to be rainy days. The morning of 31st December 1981. I recollect vividly.
It was a rainy day.
Oh, it was a rainy day.
Thank you, gentlemen. This has been good, and we'll hope and pray that when next we sit to discuss these issues, it will be of good news and not that of flooding. I have a few messages here. Let me take them quickly, and then we'll go for a quick break. Good morning. I am Okai from Bantama. Nadmo is sleeping while lives are lost. I don't think that's fair. Nadmo is not sleeping. They're doing what they can to assist. When will we stop reacting and start preventing? Accra floods again. We build on waterways, then pray to God. Until we enforce planning laws and dissolve drains before rains, we'll bury people every June. Enough is enough. Okay. Good morning. I think the flooding issue will get worse than it used to be. Why? Because government is going around demolishing buildings, and after those buildings are pulled down, the debris is left scattered all over the place and blocking the waterways even more. The demolition is causing more problems than solving it. I don't think that's correct. However, these areas are filled. So perhaps when the demolition is done, the filling should also be excavated. so that now you preserve the waterway itself or the retention capacity of the area.
This demolition has become cyclical.
Mm.
So
this person comes to do it.
You destroy it today. Just the people know. They wait a couple of weeks or months, go back to site and build. It just becomes cyclical. Next time it's going to affect you. It's going to affect another person. So it's just it's become some waiting game. And it's just.
Let me take a final one from Kwajumafo. He's texting from Kwawu Jamase. He says, "Good morning, Nana. Disasters, flooding, fire outbreaks are bound to occur occasionally as far as we live on this earth. Town and country planning, district assemblies, traditional rulers, and other state institutions must work together to devise means to prevent such disasters other than politicians apportioning blames on each other. For example, okay, he's making reference to the former sanitation ministers, the money found in her home.
You see, these are dangerous thoughts.
Let's deal with the institutions and attitude not change to solve our problems.
We'll come and sit here every year and go
we'll cry the same cry.
Yeah, but when politicians fail us, we must remind them that they have failed us, so that the next politicians will not repeat the actions of the previous ones. It's very important.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. But stay with us, don't go away, the show continues.
I think most people need to know about oral cancer and oral cancer screening.
So oral cancers are deadly. They come late, which means by the time we're catching them, they're in grade 4 and we lose them. Best way to solve this is to catch them early, so we need to screen them more often. What do you guys do as hygienists?
So usually on the first visit, when our patients come in, we do a visual exam. So we'll palpate your neck, we'll check your lips, your tongue. We'll use a special light called an oral ID to detect abnormal tissues. We're looking for things like red patches, white patches that don't heal.
But I mean, by the time we realize it's too late. So once the oral ID picks it up, we may have to biopsy and make sure you are clear. And if it comes out good, fine, we're happy. If it doesn't, we start treatment very early.
Important that people are coming in at least every 6 months to get those things checked, especially since there are no symptoms. You may not know something's going on in your mouth until you come in for your dental visit.
Life is a celebration of moments, big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabedim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Every day, we make choices. Some big,
some small.
What would you be doing today? I want this or...
Every day, we make choices, and sometimes choices that shape our hearts.
Hi.
Whether it's a long-term or short-term decision, the Lydia Ranger gives you the power to truly decide. With Lydia, you truly decide.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, we want to welcome you to a very special episode of Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV. And I'm sure you're wondering, why is it a special episode? Well, if you didn't start with Nana Tufo-Boateng, I'm going to tell you why. It's our 8th anniversary, and we are excited to be here with you. So today marks 8 remarkable years of informing, educating, and also entertaining and inspiring. Not forgetting amplifying the voices and stories that matters to every Ghanaian out there. And for 8 years, you've also allowed us into your homes. You've allowed us into your workplaces. You've allowed us into your daily lives and trusting us with your news and also conversations and also knowledge that actually really does matter. So a very big thank you to you two for staying tuned with us for 8 years. Thank you so much for being part of us for this 8 years. And to everyone in Channel One, happy anniversary to us. It's been 8 great years of us doing what we do best, and that is telling the story of everyone there, at the same time educating, inspiring, and creating the conversations that actually need to be had. Thank you so much. And while we are actually celebrating this milestone, our heart also goes out to each and everyone that was affected by the flood. So last night, we know that there was a downpour, but this actually left us with some issues of flooding, displaced livelihood, lost properties, damaged properties, and all that. So our heart goes out to you and everyone who has lost a business or a property. Our heart goes out to you. We stand with you, and we hope that everything is sorted out soon. And also to all servicemen and women that have been fighting to help each and everyone out there. If it's by the floods, if it's by the fires that we've been watching, we want to say thank you. Well done for doing what you do best. And also more grace to your elbow for putting yourself out there and helping save every Ghanaian out there. Now, let's get straight to our reminders. But before we do that, I'd like to remind you that my name is Chris Carter, and later on we will be heading down to the communities where we are going to be looking at what is remaining from the floods or the damage that it have actually caused. Because Nana Tufo has been talking about this throughout the morning, and we know that Philip is out there. So later on the show, we are going to be going out there to see what's remaining with what happened last night. Now let's get into our reminders. We'd like to remind you that the City Business Festival is still on. It's the month of June, and of course the month of June is dedicated to the City Business Festivals, where we have programs designed around business, where we talk to experts and all topics around businesses. So if you basically want to scale your business from one level to another higher level, this is actually the show for you. We have different on-air series that come on radio and on TV, and it will definitely interest you that we touch on different industries. So this is for everyone out there in the business world. Make a date with us right here on Channel One TV and City 97.3 FM for the City Business Festival. It shows on, it shows here on Channel One TV every 11 o'clock after the show, and 9 a.m. on City 97.3 FM. So if you want to listen to it on radio, it's actually ongoing right now. So you can tune into the radio, that's City 97.3 FM, or just wait for 11 o'clock where we get to show you the new episode of the day right here on Channel 1 TV. So it's from the 1st to the 30th of June 2026. We want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, ABSA, MTN, Petra, and Zonda. Thank you for holding us down. But if you have any further questions or you want to know more about it, you can call the number 0205 973 973 0205 973 973. Now, over to something lighter. That is the Blanksin's drama series that is going to be showing today at 7:30 p.m. And this is a Channel 1 TV production. And the exciting thing is that it actually repeats on different days or different days during the week. Yeah, we have one on Friday, we have one on Saturday. I think we also repeat on Sunday, except Monday actually. Monday is the only time that we do not repeat, but we try to repeat as much as possible for those who did not catch it on the original day. So the new episode is going to be airing this evening at 7:30 p.m. You definitely do not want to miss it. And if you're wondering what is this episode going to be about, first of all, let me give you a breakdown of what the Blanksin's is about, really. So the Blanksin's is centered around the Ghanaian family setting, or I like to call it an African family setting. We get to see the good, the bad, the black, the white, and the gray areas of every African family, and there's a lot to learn from it. It's inspiring, it's educative, and it's also funny at the same time. Anyway, before we continue with our promos, we'd like to cut into the communities where we are going to be looking at some of the issues that happened last night from the torrential downpour last night. So we're going to be speaking to Caleb Kuda, who is at Ashaiman. And if you listen to this morning show on radio, you would realize that he was actually stuck in the rain last night and he had to call NADMO to help him get home. So he's on the phone right now. He's going to be telling us what his experience was like last night, and he is also going to be telling us what it looks like right now. So let's move over to him. Hi, Caleb.
Hello, Chris Carter. Good morning.
Good morning. Wow, you made it out of your house.
I did. I actually spent about 4 hours in traffic last night from the University of Ghana area towards Old Ashaiman. And you were right, at some point I had to call NADMO to help drive through because there was thick traffic. Right. I've already spoken to about 2 people who tell me they had to sleep at their workplaces because the situation was such that 1, they could not get rides, and 2, those who had rides, it was expensive and the gridlock was just unsustainable. We've spoken to some of the community youth who tell us that they had to form a rescue team. About 100 of commuters and motorbike riders who fell in the flood were rescued last night. So it really was that serious. We're told that a concrete mixer truck that was driving recklessly broke down somewhere in the middle. That compounded the traffic situation. But there is a bridge where I am. This is Old Ashaiman downtown. So just past the Ahmadiyya Mission here, there's a bridge here that spilled, overflowed its banks, and it caused a massive flooding in the neighborhood. There are many shops to my left that are counting their losses. Walls of homes have broken down, and some property owners here say this is unprecedented. I have a mother of 3 with me who's just returning from work. She's not going to work, she's returning from work.
Wow.
And we'll speak to her very shortly. But quickly on the traffic congestion, it's a gridlock here. If you're coming from Abokobi towards Agbogba, you're likely going to be in traffic for a few more hours than usual. I mean, it's past rush hour, around 9, around this time, it should be fluid. But as you can see, it's a bumper-to-bumper situation from Old Ashaiman. This traffic is coming from Abokobi Teman now at Ashoman, going towards Agbogba, getting to Wisconsin, and then to wherever commuters are getting. But let me turn my attention on to a mother of 3. Are you going to work or you're going home?
I'm returning from work. Went to work yesterday and couldn't come home because of the flood, so I'm returning from work.
What did you hear that made you take that decision?
I was told the bridge had flooded its banks. It was so bad. My son was stuck here from school. He's 10 years. He was stuck here. He was here around 4:35 till 10 p.m. before they could commute through another route.
Wait, your 10-year-old boy?
Yes, my
was here from 4:30.
Yes.
To 10 p.m.
10 p.m. Yes.
But you have 2 others, little ones.
The little one was picked up from school, but on their way, the place got flooded, so they also had to find somewhere to go and sleep. They just came home this morning. Yes.
And which area was the little one coming from?
Abokobi. Yes, getting to Abokobi.
So both parts that go home got flooded last night?
Both parts that go home got flooded. Even the road to my house got flooded. So even if my son didn't want to use here, he couldn't use the other side of the road. So he had to wait till 10 and then use the Walkman area to get home.
What's the report you are getting from your residents, your spouse, about the flood situation around your neighborhood?
This is the first time we're seeing the flooding in all corners, everywhere. I mean, you speak to anybody and their house is flooded. My daughter's proprietor, who was trying to take her home, also got home and realized the place was flooded. So they had to go and sleep in someone's house, story building. And then this morning we picked them up. So it is telling us that the issue is getting more serious than before. Before we saw floods in the area and then it passes, not that bad, but this one was terrible.
So you would say that yesterday's rains and the attendant floods is unprecedented?
This is unprecedented. We've never seen this before.
And as a mother of 3, what are your thoughts and emotions? Because we understand from GMET that we should expect much more rains.
I was hysterical yesterday, and I've thought about it. If this side of town that doesn't get flooded this way, is flooding like this, then we, those who live around places that have not flooded before, is not safe. I am just asking myself, when will it get to my house? And so in the long term, if this has to continue, I would have to move. That's my own property, but then I have to think of somewhere else to go, because I can't be there and not be sure of the safety of my children.
That's interesting. From how long have you lived in this neighborhood, and what would you say has accounted for the developments we are seeing?
I've been here for 10 years or more. I would say that people are building in waterways so that when the water doesn't find its way, it will always find somewhere to pass. And then secondly, the way we distill our gutters, we'll distill the gutters and then leave the rubbish on the side. And by the time it rains, everything comes down. Like if we distill this gutter today and we leave it here, it will be a waste of time. And by the next rain, everything goes back into the gutter. Yeah.
Right. I'd like to thank you so much for your time spent with us this morning and wish you the very best of luck. So, Chris, that's a mother of 3 who just spent some time talking to us, reflecting on yesterday's floods and its impact on their lives. With me is one of the youth leaders in the neighborhood who formed a rescue team to help people, commuters, motorbike riders who fell in the flood waters to get home safely. Pacho, can you speak some English?
Oh,
that's okay. Pacho, bodin chere na chere juma odi.
Okay, you from me Gabi, me wo older son. Shadrach Jima, Adodo na from Gabi, and now Putin. Yeah, me wo older son ma.
Right. Yeah. Enra near esi wa hanu boneto for mine.
Yo, I'm say enra the esi wa hanu no anu odin. Almost 20 years, and I say ebro 20 years. Bibi say esi wa hada, but enra adi na esi wa hanu no. Ya dia na ehu papa na dia ba ko a what say ye hye no so ni say enra enso de yi wa ha sei no enra boys na e de ahoma me ankasa me ka ho bi yɛto ahoma firi ɛsoro hɔ edi besi ahase edi yi nkrɔfoɔ more than 100 no saa mmerɛ ɛsɛ ehunu boys ni bi yehun de we ebi tie ɛno a yɛwɔ ha nadmofoɔ bae but adwuma na boys ni yɛ no nadmofoɔ ntimi anya sɛ adwuma no
Matthias enti ɛno ano nsuo traffic enipa na watoto nsuo mepɛsɛ wotwitwa samfoni no ɛkyerɛ
yo me da se am sɛ no a yɛwɔ ha na ɔmo mfiri ɛsoro agbogba soro pɛ sɛ ɔmo bɛsen kɔ aboko bi asɔma no wobɛhu wan sɛ obi pɛ sɛ ɔkrɔso nsuo no yɛbɛhu wan sɛ prɛkɔpɛ nsuo no twi nipa no de nakɔ enti de yɛn sɛ boys no yɛhu saa ne yɛdemirika na yaso nipa ne mutia no a nipa mienu ma mienu sɛ nya nyame ne fafi a ka ene yɛ nti asɛmpa ka ɔmo nyina nsuo ndo ɔmo kɔe container yɛ wɔ ha yi baako esuo no twi no ɛna de ne kɔlata container no no a nsuo no twi nipa no ɛde kɔlata container ne tie no a yɛ gyina soro ha sɛ ne ehu sɛ obi gyina ha no maame ɔba abɛsɛ wɔ popo ana boys ni bi ɛbɔ ɔmɔden atoatoa ya soso ɔmo nsa kakra na ɔmo sɔ maame ni mansa ne yɛyi maame na firi hɔ
Mame Sima Gabby is telling us that last night he and a team of other young people had big ropes that they used to help rescue commuters and residents from the top all the way here. And he paints a chilling account of how the current in the floodwaters almost carried some 2 women in particular away. He says that one of them was, as it were, carried and hit. The floodwaters carried a woman, hit her against a container. He mentions that another container was carried away completely, and he describes indeed the situation here as unprecedented. And as it were, some of the drivers are not enthused at all. They are saying anytime it floods, the media comes around, they take shots, and they grant interviews, but nothing changes. So they are clearly not happy. That's an unhappy man talking to us over there. But still on the traffic situation, it hasn't improved. More and more vehicles are driving towards this side. So if you are yet to set off from home, you may want to consider other alternative routes. But we do understand that even the Abokobi Boy Teman roads are also not any better. So if you have the opportunity to work from home, by all means, you want to take that. Let's talk about driver indiscipline yesterday.
Caleb.
Yes.
Yes. We'll have to go now, but we will come back later to you. But thank you so much for the update that you have given us. All right. All right, so that was Caleb Kuda reporting from Ashoman, and he has just given us a chilling, or vivid idea of what it felt like yesterday, and also hearing from commuters themselves, people who actually experienced what happened yesterday. And the scary part for me was the first person that he actually spoke to. That's the mother of 3 who was probably at work, and her children were stuck in that brouhaha. Imagine your child coming back from school around 3, 4 and had to stay out till 10 o'clock before getting home. That is what her child experienced. And she has children in different schools. So one is being dropped by her school preparator, one is out there somewhere. It must be really scary. It must be really scary. But just like Caleb said, it's very important that we all take care of ourselves and be proactive when it comes to this season, at least. If you have to work from home, please do. And also, before you go out, try to look at the weather forecast. A lot of people do not believe on the weather forecast, but I strongly do believe in it. And really, it has saved me so many times. Please try to assess the weather forecast and listen to what GMET is saying, so you can actually be prepared proactively. Now we're going to be getting into a conversation, and this is a conversation on the Latina Travel and Tour Boston Expo. And in studio with us, we have Ernestina Sefa Abrokwa, who's the CEO of Latina Travel and Tour, and we are going to be having a conversation on this Boston Expo. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And now let's get straight into it. But before we do that, did you experience the rains yesterday?
Yes, actually, I closed from work at around 10 p.m. and well, fortunately, I live around Wisconsin. This is the greater, better part of this road, this
not
stretch.
Legon area.
Yes, but I experienced a lot of traffic. I didn't understand why, so I called my daughter. Are you home? She said yes. The traffic is good. The traffic wasn't moving, so I had to just drive on the side, on the wing of the road, and then got home. And then this morning I woke up and it was crazy.
Yeah, only to realize that it was not just, it's not far from you.
Yeah, it's
what
not
happened
far.
not far from you?
That's serious.
Yeah. But anyway, I hope you're taking care of yourself and being proactive during this season. I think it's very important that we do that. Now let's get straight into this conversation. Litina Travel and Tour. First of all, tell us about Litina Travel and Tour.
Yes, so Litina Travel and Tours has been a travel agency since 2000, so we're about 26 years old now.
Ooh.
Yes.
And we are 8 today.
Wow, congratulations. Today?
Yes, we are 8 today.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
You have done so much within 8 years, more than people who have done 20 and 50 years, I can assure you.
Thank you.
That's good, that's good.
Thank
I'm
you
very
so
happy
much.
for you.
Yeah.
All right, so we've been around for the past 25 years. We have been growing steadily. We have made our footprint in the area of football and fans, carrying fans along. We've also made our footprint in the area of trade missions. And so the two came together for this World Cup when we had the luck to play in Boston. And so this is why we're here today, to really push for our Boston Expo.
Right. So before we even get to the Boston Expo, you're done with everything concerning going for the World Cup, right?
Yes. You know,
and how was it? How was the whole process like?
So I got interviewed the other day by one of these international media, and they were asking me about the comparison between Qatar and preparations so far for Qatar and USA.
Canada,
And what is my take on that? I said, look, they both had two different agenda. Qatar was looking out to open their country to the world, and they were looking for business, tourism, and that. America has got its own, tourism directions, and so the comparison is definitely two different sets, and experience-wise. Definitely after the games we'll have to come back and talk about the experience, but preparations, it's been very difficult with the US, certainly because of the restrictions and all that. But at least we can't complain. We have done so far so good.
Yeah. Now let's talk about the fun part. That's the Boston Expo.
Yes.
What's the Boston Expo all about?
All right. So when we were after the draw, when we discovered that we're going to play in Boston. We have to look at the dynamics.
So it's because the Ghana is going to play in Boston.
Yes, and not just Boston, but we're playing England.
Yeah.
So it's envisioned. It's the word out there is that it's one of the biggest games, and you know how Ghanaians are with football, especially when we are playing England. It's not a small thing. And then the city we are playing in, that's Boston.
Yeah.
Boston is already home to more than 100,000 Ghanaians.
True.
And then, if you look at the football alone and the people, the inflow of Africans or Ghanaians coming in there just to watch the game, you will see that there's an economic opportunity. If you have the eye for business,
of course,
you would see that immediately. What can we do? Because most people come home from the diaspora once every year. These days, because of economic issues, they do it maybe once every 2 years. So then what can Ghana take advantage of in terms of display of our products? Ghanaians in the diaspora who don't get to come home, this is an opportunity for them to be at the expo and see the Ghanaian products that have been looking for the opportunity to be globally, to be able to put their product out there. And that is what we did. And everyone says, how did that come about? And it's been successful. So many companies have come on board. We have our very own Kasapreko.
Yeah.
And you see, if Kasapreko says, I am going, and they are sponsoring this expo, then you can understand as a business person, if you are not going, then you are not seeing the thing. Because they have more reach they've done a lot of tours, and they know that this market is not one that you can miss.
Right. So what level of business should you be in to say, okay, I want to participate in this?
So, for instance, real estate companies. You know, we have a lot of Ghanaians in the diaspora. They want to buy property, especially with this rains coming in. You want to have property in an estate that has proper demarcations, they have road networks, drainage and all that. So you'd want to be able to buy directly from the real estate companies rather than to buy from buy land somewhere and then go and get these kind of issues. We have food and beverage, we have Kasapreko and the rest. We have banking. We have a lot of banks that are also going with us. They are saying that they have always been looking out for the diasporan market. There are a lot of business that you can do with the diaspora because there are people who save and the monies are in their accounts, but they want to get it to Ghana. How do they get it? They need to have accounts, and so they are ready to go to open accounts for them. And you know, you cannot open an account without a Ghana card. So we are flying
so the Ghana card team too.
Yes, the Ghana card, NIA is there. So whilst they are doing, and the Ghana card, when our recce team got to Boston and we told them that you are bringing NIA, they said we are all coming. Because not just for banking, if you are a Ghanaian,
for everything.
Yes, if you are flying into Ghana and you buy a ticket, you need a visa on arrival for a Ghanaian, because most of them are using foreign passport. But with the Ghanaian card, you don't need to call and ask someone, can you please go ahead to immigration and get me visa on arrival?
It just shows that, yes, I'm Ghanaian.
Yes. And then we have the diaspora. And you know, we have a lot of interest from the African American community. They are excited and they want to come to the expo because they'll be meeting with the director of diaspora affairs. That's KOD. And he will be taking them through,
giving them a breakdown of what it looks like,
and what it takes to get them residency permits, those who want to buy property, those who want to settle, and all that. So it is like you don't need to come to Ghana to do any. You are bringing Ghana to you if you are in Boston, or if you happen to be going to the World Cup, or you be in America at that point. That's the best place to be.
Right. So how many businesses do you have signed up right now?
We don't have too many booths. We have about 32 booths, and almost 80% is gone.
Wow.
So we're looking
now we're looking for 20%.
Yes, so we're looking out for more companies, and of course we have room to expand. And then I forgot to tell you, we're going to have the Minister of Trade open up this this expo for us.
So when is it going to be?
On the 22nd and on the 23rd. You know, most expos are one day.
Yeah.
We made it two days. And then we have His Excellency, the Ambassador of Ghana to the US, Ambassador Smith, just gave his endorsement. He'll be there to open. We have the Mayor of Boston. We have a lot of the African American in the diaspora, and there are groups, congressmen and women who will be there.
Yeah.
So this market, it's a market. I don't know why I call it.
It's a marketplace.
It's a marketplace for 2 good days. And it's happening in the Envision Hotel, Mansfield, Boston. If anyone wants to come, we are waiting for them.
Right. So how can people sign up?
Yes, so you can come to our office in the Alisa Hotel, or you can call me on 0244-260-789.
All right. Any companies that you want to shout out to for making this possible?
Yes. You know, Alomo Bitters is one that is a company that has always been shouting out our culture, our roots, and all that, and they have reciprocated that shout in the product that they do. So you know, they have Alomo Bitters, Alomo Gold, and all that. The Ghanaians who are in the diaspora, they want to buy, they want to be distributors, they want to keep stock. You know what? When you tell anyone I'm coming to America, you know what they ask you? Bring me Alomo 1 bottle.
Right.
Now the Alomo people are there in Boston during the the World Cup, 20th and 22nd and 23rd. Come and grab your bottle. And we'll be having an Alomo party after the game. That is if we are very sure we are winning the game against England. It's an Alomo party from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. on the 23rd.
All right.
At the Envision Hotel.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
It was
you so
really
much.
nice talking to you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from Ernestina Sefa Abrokwa, who's the CEO of Latina Travel and Tour. And it's all about the Boston Expo. So if you want to sign up, if you think your business is ready to, go out there for the world to see, or for everyone attending the World Cup, to see, this is a chance for you to sign up so the world can actually see and experience your business. All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be getting into the trends, our communities, and all that.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack.
EduPack?
Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS by Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy manful. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is seho buying, a man is swing, Nesasu Mama Hoto so a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Well, with these results, you can do medicine, law, everything.
But uncle, are you sure?
I am the Ministry of Education in this house.
You, Ministry of what education? My daughter, do nursing. It's your best chance with this result.
No, go business. Oh, please, what do you know? Can you even read?
Go become YouTuber like me.
Use Admissions Checker.
Admissions Checker? Yes, Admissions Checker. Ghana's first university admissions hub. Just sign up at admissionschecker.com. Enter your WASSCE or NOVTEC results. Choose your dream universities and programs and instantly find out exactly where you have the best chances of admission.
Wow, what if I want scholarship abroad?
Simple. Tap scholarships and find opportunities too.
Can it also find husband abroad?
Admissions Checker. There is a university and a course for everyone.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Breakfast Daily right here. We are still talking about the rains that fell yesterday. That is Wednesday, June 3rd, which triggered flooding in several parts of the country. Earlier on, we spoke to Caleb Kuda, who is at Asherman, and he spoke to, some of the commuters, and they shared their experiences. He's still at Asherman, though. So let us move over to him at Asherman and hear what he has to say when it comes to updates on this issue or what is left of this place after last night. Hi, Caleb.
Hello, Chris.
Yes, we are back again.
So, welcome back to our beloved Old Asherman. I trust that you and our viewers can see the panoramic view of the situation. This is the site that got flooded. A quick traffic update. It's still quite intense from my left side from Abokobi towards Agbogba. But as you can see, this is the culvert that overspilled its banks. The flood waters just flooded the entire area. 100 residents plus motor riders were rescued. I do have with me, though, the head of works for the Ga'is Municipality or Ga'is Municipal Assembly, Engineer Justin Glover, to have a quick overview of the flood situation across the Municipal Assembly. This was one of many, was it not?
Yes, so where we are now is one of the heavy spots yesterday. We had a deadlock where people could not move. We took some steps towards end of last year, carry out some dredging, apparently in preparation of this rain. But it appears what happened yesterday was like an overflow of what we were expecting. And this led to most of these culverts being overflown and nobody could cross them. Now, what we realize is this very culvert you are seeing here at Ahmadiyya, leading down to Gold Avenue, is the downstream of what they call the Potoiri River, leading to Onyasi. Yesterday, coincidentally, you will notice from your report yesterday that we were downstream doing some demolitions. The videos were there. Little did we know that in the evening this thing will occur. What we need to do is to sustain the exercise. We need to free the channels to move. So anytime there is a downpour, it will be able to move faster. There will not be hold up. With the process that we have now, anytime there is a delay in the free flow of the water in terms of holding it, it leads to what we experienced yesterday. So we need to continue by freeing the channels so that any excess water that can overflow. This very culvert, like I said earlier, was changed just 2015, less than 10 years. The design that was made, you can see it yourself right now. It is not supposed to be overtaken by the little downpour that we had yesterday. We have massive development taking place upstream, and that is the hills of Ebri and other places. How do we take care of them? So if you are expecting some level of water, now you have excess. What we need to do is to allow the channels to be free. In that case, when the receiving excess is able to run out.
Right. Let's keep looking at our listeners through the cameras now. Yes. Give me a municipal-wide picture. I'm sure this is one of the many. Might have been maybe the worst. How many water bodies do you have flowing through municipality? What's the extent of damage caused following the floods?
So, looking at the overview of what happened yesterday, we saw a blockage of the Dakubi River from the Brim Mountain coming to join the Ado River at Tema. We had an issue with Tema not being crossed, so we marked it. It's something we worked on, the assembly worked on by expanding the culvert. But yesterday, it shows that it was not able to contain it, failed. It moved down to Pantan village. Our boundary between the Gan East and Lankwantana Municipal Assembly. That stream serves as the boundary. Activities of developers at both sides are being checked. When you see what is happening there, we need to do more work by expanding the channel so that any excess runoff from Ebri will still be contained. So the Potoiri River leading down to Onyasi finding its way to Odo are the upstreams that we are talking of now. The pure water had a little challenge, but I think that one was not that much. We went down to Nama, Atomic. Luckily, we removed a 3-story that was coming up there yesterday, so we didn't have much problem. Otherwise, the main Hacho Atomic road would have been blocked. So within the municipality, I think the level of dredging that took place last year was expected to minimize the situation we had yesterday. But then it shows that we still need to go on our drawing board and do more work anyway.
There's been conversation about the flood water itself, harvesting it for fire hydrants and even for construction works. You know, during the dry season, people complain that there's too much dust during construction works. So harvest some of the storm water that is going to waste, save them in retention ponds, let it be used for construction, let fire hydrants, fire service people use them through fire hydrants and all. And people should be harvesting more of the water so it doesn't run off and cause more floods. Sustainability, long-term thinking was the plan on the table.
Fantastic. The sustainability aspect of flood control is something that we're supposed to run through our special planning committee system. Anytime there is a development, it comes to that table. And that is where these issues are checked. Now, what we realize is that the collaboration between the Hydrological Services Department, Ghana National Fire Service, Environmental Protection Agency, a lot of people don't know that they sit on our approval committees. And over there, these issues of the percentage of green versus buildable comes in. And the recommendation was that we should allow more green in maybe within each development area, so the excess water that runs onto the street will be less. But obviously this is not being complied with, and it's contributing to the large volume that run off the various homes onto our streets. And so yes, but that certainly will have to be a collaboration at the national level. At the MA, we can implement what is immediately available. But then, for strategic reasons, these agencies are put together to approve every development. And so what we need to do, or to do more, is to ensure that when these things come up, we pick it up beyond what is provided in the LI. The National Building Regulation, LI 2465, and then the Ghana Building Code, GS 2017, has provision for all that we are talking about. What is left, my brother, is the implementation.
There is, Chris, if I still have a bit of time, thank you. I have a lot of questions for Head of Works, but I can trim it down for our time's sake. There is a wetland within the Pantang area. If you use Pantang village towards Abokobi, there's a wetland on the right that flows towards the left. It has been filled, sir. The mangrove has been cleared. People are building in the waterway. Has that come to your attention? Are you going to demolish those structures?
So, thank you so much. This issue got to the Regional Coordinating Council, I was told last year. So before I came somewhere this January this year, I was told the Regional Security Council took over the matter and instructed that those structures should be pulled down. Now, the challenge we have is that section is the Lankontana Madina Municipal section of the Dakubi River. And so it is difficult for our planning authority to extend their jurisdiction and go and take action.
But there can be collaboration between the two authorities, can there not?
That we try to work on, and the Regional Coordinating Council, I'm told, is handling that. In fact, we even sent a report for us to clamp down and do the dredging. Okay. And that we know is something that the RCC are handling. That's the Regional Coordinating Council. I'm sure when Madina comes on board and demolish some of those things like we did in the Ghana East session, that issue will be tackled. But then we may have to speak with our regional minister.
Let me take the opportunity to really appeal to the RCC to move in quickly and demolish those structures in the waterway and desilt the Dakubi River, because the situation is really getting out of hand. But my very final question for our head of works, and to thank you and your NADMO authorities for helping me out get home at 12:20 midnight. But has the NADMO taken inventory of the damage that the floods from last night has caused, and is there any relief they are giving to especially vulnerable persons?
Thank you very much. Yesterday, in fact, I must admit the work of our NADMO team from Ghana East Municipal Assembly was solid yesterday. I mean, people were calling, they were wondering how he managed to move. It was as if his pickup vehicle was like a private jet that was moving all around. They did a lot of work. Like as you mentioned, this morning, the relief department, I think, is working with the MCE and then also the MP, and they are taking some inventory of things that has to be sorted out. But I think a lot of people are still homeless, and what he's doing now is try to attend to them to see. We made a proposal for churches and schools to be identified. We have some hotspots where in times like this, yesterday, some of them were to be accommodated in those places. This morning, they have to take in something, and then the relief will continue. Thank you.
So Justin Glover is the head of works for the Ghana East Municipal Assembly. He's been engaging us on both the structural, physical, sustainability, futuristic, and also the human aspect of this flood issue, because as you heard him say, many persons have been rendered homeless. In fact, some have abandoned their homes, others are now returning home from work, and many mothers had to find different locations for their children to stay. Walls have broken, homes have been flooded, and the issue is getting more serious, as we've always been talking about. But he mentions that there's the need for inter-ministerial and agency collaboration, because you will notice that the range from the Aburi Mountains, this is the Kuapem South Municipality, is impacting Ghana East, impacting Lankwantanan, and so all those afoot the hill are experiencing the impact. And for private citizens too, if you have money, do not put your wealth in waterways. So Chris, that's a quick wrap from the downtown Old Ashoman Ahmadiyya side. We'll be going to Abokobi to keep our viewers and listeners posted on the impact of last night's rains and the floods on the residents, commuters, homes, and businesses.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Caleb. Thank you so much, Caleb. And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That's an update of some of the remains from the torrential rains, and also that was a very great interview. At the end of the day, I think we all have a responsibility when it comes to our lives and when it comes to, some of the outcomes of the rains. People are building on waterways. I think this should stop. It's time for every authority that is in charge to actually be proactive when it comes to this issue. When you listen to the first interview when he spoke to the mother of three, she said this has never happened here before. It just keeps getting worse every year. Places that didn't used to flood are now getting flooded. And that is because of our behavior sometimes. We're not just going to blame it only on climate change. Oh, the rains and the floods. Sometimes these are man-made floods. We are blocking waterways and we need to stop. So I'm urging on all authorities that are in charge of this to please be proactive. We cannot come back next year and this will be an issue that we are still talking about. Like we all know, it's getting worse. But anyway, the rains are not going to stop now, because GMET has also said that we should expect more rain when it comes to this month. And all I have to say is please be proactive about your health and your properties too. I mean, your life and your properties by checking out their updates from the GMET and also from your phones. You have Google, check it and know when it's going to rain. If it's possible, sometimes if you have to work from home when it starts raining, so you know that at least you are safe, or even you are at home before the rain starts, so you don't get to lose any property. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, Doctor in the House will be next. Hello, everyone. You are welcome to Doctor in the House. My name is Chris Carter. I'm excited to be here with you because every week we get to talk about our health. If you're joining us for the first time, this show is a show I like to call the consultation before the main consultation. And that main consultation is when you have to go to the hospital for a doctor to see you. Well, we get to bring doctors in the house and they get to talk to us about our health. We get to learn about new conditions. We get to learn about preserving our health, and also when it's time for us to go to the hospital, the doctor might say something, you'll realize that, hey, I think it's time to go to the hospital. Yes, this is what this show is about. And also I like to call it a mini medical school because we get to learn new words, new ways of doing things, and also new ways to take care of ourselves. But now the Doctor in the House, as you already know, because it's been a series that we have been going through about being proactive when it comes to taking care of ourselves. We have Dr. Ebo Daniels, who's a medical director at Solis Hospital, and he is a leading voice in preventive healthcare in Ghana, focused on shifting the mindset from treating illnesses to preventing it. He also champions the Switch Health movement, switching from healthcare to preventive health, driving a national shift towards early detection and long-term wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion is a discussion that concerns each and every one of us, because some of you have actually, faltered when it comes to this issue. Today's issue or discussion is a discussion on sleep. How many hours do you sleep? How well do you sleep? How does sleep impact your health? We're going to be hearing from a doctor's mouth. I hope you're ready. And remember to ask your questions. Send them via the WhatsApp number on the screen. Ask the doctor and he will get to reply you. All right, so Doc, you're welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Doc, you switched to your shirt. Today is blue.
I should have come with white. You're also in white today.
Because we're celebrating.
It's a new month.
No, we are celebrating.
Yeah.
It's our 8th anniversary.
Wow.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So, yeah.
You look great in it.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah. All right, Doc, enough about me. Let's go to school. Let's go to school, Doc. All right. Sleep, the sleep crisis. It seems like, as, the world advances and things get a bit tougher and we are in this very competitive world and everybody's trying to get better, a lot of people are beginning to play with their sleep patterns. Yeah, and a lot of people, when you hear them talk about sleep, you realize someone will tell you, oh, I sleep only 4 hours. Oh, I don't sleep at all. Oh, as if it's a good thing. So, first of all, how many hours are we supposed to sleep as human beings?
Okay. So thank you very much, Chris. And today's topic, as you said, is something that affects virtually everyone.
Yeah.
And it's very right when you say some people hold it as a badge of honor that they sleep just 4 hours. But if you tell those same people that you probably eat twice in a week, they will tell you you're abnormal. So they think sleeping for 4 hours is okay, but you cannot eat just twice in a week and be okay. So that's the corollary to make people know that sleep is something that the body actually needs to function properly. And when it comes to the number of hours of sleep, it's not just the quantity that is important, it's also the quality of the sleep that is important.
So there's quantity of sleep, which is the numbers, and there's quality of sleep.
Yes.
Which is how well did you sleep?
Did you sleep?
Right.
Very good. In terms of quantity, younger people and older people need more sleep, let me put it that way. Then people in their productive ages need more sleep as well. But when you are going older, because most demands are less, you don't really need sleep as if you are in a productive age group, because most of the work stress and stuff like that would have come down. So people are in their teens need about 8 to 10 hours.
8 to 10 hours.
Teens.
Right.
13
That's
to
teens.
the teens, 8 to 10 hours.
But babies just sleep.
They can sleep the whole day. Nothing more than them.
All right.
Good. And then when you are in your productive ages, you need, according to the WHO, you need 7 to 9 hours of sleep. And when you are older, then you can drop to 7 to 8 hours.
Right.
So that's how it is. So depending on the age category in which you fall, that also determines how much sleep you need. And when we talk about the quality, even though you need this, so let's zoom in on the productive ages. That's where the problem is you need the 7 to 9 hours of sleep. It doesn't mean that you can probably sleep, let's say, 4 hours during the day and add, let's say, 3 hours in the night and think that should be okay.
Okay, Doc.
That's where the quality comes in. So the quantity.
So you don't break them into pieces.
No. And you get to understand why when we talk about the various stages of sleep and what it does to the body.
Right. So now, how does it affect us? Our livelihood. Say, I realize a lot of people are always tired these days. Why?
They are tired because they are not sleeping well.
Mm-hmm.
The quality and the quantity is not good. And to understand why people are tired, it's also because there are a lot of distractions lately.
Mm-hmm.
People are hooked to their TVs at 11, 12
on
the phones. And then people are still working from home because of internet. People still have their Gmails on.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they've closed from work, they're still
trying to read an email that was sent.
Very good, because sometimes, and some people too, the nature of their work too, people who are in the security zones, people who are in the health sector, essential work people normally, because of the shift work, they have to work in the day, some have to come in the night. All this disrupts what we call the circadian rhythm. And the circadian rhythm is what helps you to be able to sleep.
The what?
Circadian rhythm.
Circadian rhythm. Okay.
That's what signals to the body to sleep.
Right.
So normally when it's around 10 to 6 a.m., 10 p.m. to 6, that's the best time to sleep, 10 to 6 a.m. The body begins
starts to shut down.
Because it's a whole cascade of hormones. There's a hormone called melatonin. Melatonin starts shooting up around 10 p.m. And then melatonin works with light. Whenever the place gets dimmed and then dark, then
you sleep.
The signal gets to the body that you have to sleep. That is why when you are still using a phone around 10 to 12, you cannot sleep. Because the blue light deceives the brain that it's still daytime.
But you know, that's very dangerous. If it's playing tricks with your brain.
Yeah, it plays tricks. So once you're on your computer, you're on the screen, the brain still receives the signal as if it's the daytime. So melatonin is suppressed. And because of that, the circadian rhythm gets disrupted and you cannot sleep. And that's why when you are going to sleep, it's very important the lights in the room are all turned off so that the brain knows that it's darkness. You know, in the past, we didn't have electricity.
So it works well.
It worked well. But now that there's light everywhere.
There's too much of every good thing.
Because of that, the brain is being tricked to think that it's still daytime when it is nighttime.
All right. This is just a question of, that probably has to do with neurology. So when the brain actually is tricked that it's daytime, right? If you do that so many times, are you not putting load on the brain? Are you not disturbing your brain?
You're actually putting a disruption in the brain, and you're also resetting the rhythm. The rhythm is natural. From 10 to 6. The body's clock or the body's internal clock to sleep is from 10 to 6. Now, when you keep disrupting it, and then you end up sleeping always at, let's say, 12, then you are going to change the rhythm from 10
to 12 hours.
So what happens is a lot of people are struggling to sleep now because they've disrupted their rhythm because they don't sleep early. The body's rhythm has reset from 10 to, let's say, 12 or 1.
All right.
So now
they actually have reset
they've reset the time. And now they want to sleep at 10 one day and they can't sleep and they don't understand why. You have reset the clock.
And they call it insomnia. Oh, I have insomnia.
No, you don't have insomnia. You reset your biological clock.
Right. Now, what happens in your sleep? When we sleep, what happens? What's going on?
Sorry, a lot of things happen in your sleep. And if you take food as your, fuel, and you take movement or exercise as your maintenance, sleep is your repair shop.
Oh.
So are you getting how sleep? Food is the fuel, exercise, maintenance. Sleep is the repair shop. That's what people should get. So if you are not sleeping,
so it's like a car.
Thank you. So if you are not sleeping, it means that you are not repairing the body. People age very fast when they don't sleep early. People are biologically older than their normal age. Chronological age because they are stressed, they are not sleeping well. And currently, there are 4 things that are driving a lot of the medical conditions we have. The first one is the food. We've talked about the modern food, modern disease. Stress is the second thing. The third thing is your sleep. and then the fourth is physical inactivity. So if you combine these 4 together, or if you take all these 4, all the conditions we keep talking about, that's why we are even delaying talking about hypertension, diabetes. If we understand the root cause of all, then there's no point even. So when you sleep, the body actually restores, revives, and all the physical and mental benefits of maintenance of the body takes place. And sleep comes in, I think, 4 stages. We have what we call the light sleep, which is when the body is transitioning from wakefulness to sleeping. It's about 1 to 7 minutes. Then we have what we call the stable light sleep, where the body temperature goes down, the body's heart rate goes down, the muscles begin to relax. Now look at what happens to the brain here. The brain also starts to reprocess every information you had during the day for memory consolidation. That happens in the light sleep. Then we'll go to the deep sleep. The deep sleep takes about 45 to 55% of the sleep, and that's actually the majority of the sleep period. And that one happens early. The first 1 to 3 hours of sleep is deep sleep. And the deep sleep is mostly physical. That is where hormones such as the growth hormone is secreted. And the growth hormone helps you to repair every damaged tissue in the body.
So is that the one they call the REM?
The REM is the last one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so growth hormone is secreted, and then it helps with every physical repair of the body. So if you exercise, you break a lot of tissue, and then tissues are stressed. Deep
so
sleep
that's the deep sleep that helps
will help you repair growth hormone.
So
And
that's why it's important.
Very. So that's the deep sleep. And then the growth hormone also helps you to break down fat. We call it lipolysis. So people are getting fat because they are not sleeping enough. So are you getting why obesity is becoming a serious
thing?
So poor sleep leads to obesity because growth hormone doesn't get secreted if you are not sleeping enough for lipolysis. That's the fat breakdown to happen. And then the next thing that also happens is that we have what's the name? We have other hormones such as cortisol, which also regulate themselves when you are sleeping. You know, cortisol is needed early in the morning for you to be physically active and then concentration and all that.
But cortisol is not the same thing as adrenaline.
Cortisol and adrenaline, they have different functions. Cortisol helps you to push blood into, sugar into the blood so that you can have energy. So that's why cortisol levels rise during the mornings. And adrenaline. So every hormone that helps with physical activity is up in the morning. But when you go to sleep, they go down. So if cortisol is not going down when you are sleeping, what is going to happen is that you are going to have insulin resistance. And that leads to the diabetes. So this is for the deep sleep. Now the last stage of the sleep is what you mentioned. That's the REM. And it's called REM because when you are sleeping at that time, the eyes move rapidly. So we call it rapid eye movement. So that's how they call it REM.
So do you actually see it?
Because the eyelids are closed, you don't really see it.
So when somebody's in the REM, can you see their eye maybe flickering or something?
It can happen. But even though the eyelids are closed, you can still see the eye moving.
And how
rapidly.
many hours is the REM?
The REM is normally the latter stages of the sleep. So it's not that long. But sleep occurs in cycles, 4 to 6.
Should you go through all that cycle to have a good sleep?
To be able to have all the benefits of sleep, there are 4 to 6 cycles you have to go through.
So you need to go through
all those cycles. And the REM actually is mental. So the deep sleep is physical, where the body restores all those things. And the blood pressure and all those things happen in the deep sleep. The REM is where, number one, we mentioned the 3 parts of the brain. The prefrontal cortex becomes more relaxed, and then you're able to consolidate everything you've learned, and then you're able to also even solve problems in your sleep because of the REM. Then the next thing is the amygdala, where emotional regulations, the base, the base, emotional regulation happens in the amygdala. So if you don't have enough sleep, you wake up the next morning, you are irritable. All because the amygdala didn't regulate your
I feel like a lot of people are not sleeping well. That's why they are very irritating.
Edgy in the morning because amygdala hasn't done its work.
Irritable behaviors.
Very
You're
good.
wondering, why are you always angry?
Because they are not sleeping well. Then the last one is the hippocampus. The hippocampus also helps with memory consolidation. So that's why somebody burns the midnight candle, goes to sit in an exam and still fails because you didn't sleep for whatever you learned to consolidate in the hippocampus. So all these stages are very important for you to.
All right, Doc, we actually have a question here.
Yeah.
And the question is about sleep paralysis. Hello, Doc. Nice show. Can you tell me about sleep paralysis? Because people make it look like it's very spiritual.
So
yes, it's true. They make it look like, hey,
yeah,
tell you to pray. They've come for you. They're pressing you at night. So
a lot of things happen when you sleep.
Right.
And then during the deep sleep, your muscles actually relax. You understand? The muscles just get relaxed. But during the REM sleep, what happens is that the muscles actually cease every kind of what? Motion. It is only the breathing and other essential muscles that still work. So you get into a state that looks like you are literally paralyzed.
But you're not.
You are not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just because the body needs to what? Rest. The body needs to what? Relax. That is what happens. And it's not because and some people even get all kinds of funny movements.
Like you're falling.
It happens in the REM sleep. So you wake up and then, and
like,
you also, very good. So that is REM. And that is the last stage of the sleep. And it happens in the latter part of the sleep, the early mornings.
So we shouldn't be worried?
No. And then that's why you also dream. You are not worried when you dream. So why are you worried when you feel like falling? It's also part of the sleep.
But the whole sleep paralysis is like someone is pressing you down. It's a sleep. Don't wake up.
It's the mind. It's the mind or brain.
So how do we wake up from it?
When you wake up, you wake up.
But no, but we just want to clear that it's nothing spiritual.
No,
right?
it's not. Just like the way you dream, your body gets atonic. The muscles, they don't move, nothing. So it's not like it's a spiritual thing. Yeah.
All right. So when someone gets little sleep consistently, like I said, some people actually think it's a cool thing. I don't sleep, or I don't sleep, or as if like they're the best, workers and the best watchmans in the world. Yeah. When it happens consistently for a long time, what happens to the body?
So what happens to the body when you are sleep deprived starts with the brain. Like we mentioned. That's why we went through all the processes and what functions it potentiates. Now, the brain becomes hyperactive. The prefrontal cortex, you are not able to focus. You are not able to reason. Your decisions become very poor. You don't make very good decisions. Your judgment becomes very poor. The second thing is you are not able to even remember things. You get it? And then the next thing is also that when you don't sleep properly, your emotions become deregulated. Emotional intelligence is not going to happen if you are not sleeping properly. So that's the brain side of things. Then we have the hormonal side of things.
Yeah.
There are two hormones which get secreted when you sleep properly or not properly. One hormone is called ghrelin. And then another one is called leptin. Ghrelin is the hormone that tells you that you are not full, you are hungry. It's a hunger hormone. So when you don't sleep properly, ghrelin goes up. So that is why you start craving. So when people don't sleep well, they start craving for food. They start craving for ultra-processed foods that are sugary. And that's where you can have issues with your weight. Because when you start eating a lot, because of the ghrelin due to poor sleep, your weight will go up. Leptin is the fullness hormone. Leptin is suppressed when you don't sleep properly.
So there's suppression of, of being full, and there's increase of hunger.
So that's why people have issues with their weight when they have.
So it's like a hormone chaos.
Sleep is a hormonal thing, so there's a hormone chaos there. Then what also happens is that when you don't sleep properly, cortisol goes up.
That's the worst one.
The worst one,
That's the one that makes you sick and,
Very good.
Yeah.
And then when cortisol goes up, we know what happens. Insulin insensitivity. Then that's what leads to what? Diabetes.
And then opens the door for hypertension.
And then cholesterol follows with the, good. And then sleep also helps the immune system to become awake. So when you don't sleep properly, you're actually going to depress or compromise the immune system. The immune system does its work best when you are well rested. So people who are chronically sleep deprived, they are going to have immunosuppression.
Yeah. So you open your body to any illness.
Any illness. Cancers are on the rise because people are not sleeping properly. What do you call it? People are getting common cold. I always say when you want to know the importance of sleep, go for an all night. The next day, how do you feel?
Tired.
Very tired, because
Very tired.
all these restorative benefits we talked about, you are not going to get it. So it means that you are going to get common cold, sore throat, and all that. If you are getting all these infections frequently, it's because your immune system is being suppressed.
Yeah.
Your blood pressure is also going to go up if you are not sleeping properly. So these are just a few of the metabolic and physiological changes that happen when you don't sleep properly.
Now let's talk about the rise of technological inventions. Now we have phones. Now we have laptops and tablets and all that. How do phones actually disrupt our sleep? In fact, is it right for us to have phones in our rooms?
You can have them, but don't use them, let's say, after 10 p.m.
After 10 p.m.
Because of what I said in the beginning. When you still use them after 10 p.m., the circadian rhythm is going to be tricked into thinking that it's still daytime because of the blue light. So melatonin will not be secreted to help you to be able to sleep. And the worst part of it is I have friends who say, because I can't sleep, I have to be on my phone. You're actually complicating matters, because once you are still on the phone,
the
UV rays and then the blue light will still signal to the brain that you are awake, and then it's daytime. So the worst thing you can do is to say, because I'm not feeling sleepy or I'm not sleepy yet, I want to be on my phone till I fall asleep. And some people even say that they have to be on their phone to sleep. You are just shifting the sleeping time to a very late hour. And very soon, the time you want to sleep, you will not be able to sleep.
Wow.
So we don't have to be on the digital devices.
So I actually made a promise to myself this month, right, that I'm going to be getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So it's day 4, and I think I'm trying. I'm trying because I've made it very personal to be, consistent with something. So I think this is one of the things. I just want to see what will happen. I just want to see what change I would experience when it comes. So I'll tell you that. I'll tell you about it.
You get a lot of positive benefits here.
But now let's talk about naps. Are they healthy?
Naps are very helpful. And I always say that if you want to take a nap, take it during lunchtime. What happens
right after lunch?
Right after lunch.
Okay.
What happens is anytime you eat, because food enters the stomach, blood flow is shunted. We call it shunting from every part of the body, including the brain, to the stomach for what to happen, digestion to take place. And when you eat, there are some hormones. The melatonin we talked about goes up when you eat.
Yeah.
And then there's another hormone called serotonin. Actually, some of the serotonin can actually be converted.
So it's not that some foods cause you to sleep. It's
no,
just that
it's
when
a hormonal
you
thing.
eat, that particular hormone
goes up. Melatonin and serotonin, and they are sleep hormones. And then because blood is also shunted from the brain, you are not able to actually focus well and all that. That's why people say a lot of stupid things after eating, because blood is not going to the brain and it's now in the stomach. You get the whole thing. So the best time to nap is after sleeping. A lot of errors
after eating.
Sorry, after eating. A lot of errors.
So do you let it digest before you sleep, or
no? Just immediately.
Jump into the bed?
Just immediately, because once food enters the stomach, hormone starts working, and then blood flow goes there.
Yeah.
So a 30-minute nap, let's say after lunch, will do more good for you than staying the whole day after and not taking that nap.
Yeah. So what about people that have acid reflux? We that have acid reflux, we cannot jump into bed at once just because it's not digested yet, and it might come out. So what do we do?
Definitely, reflux can be treated. Most refluxes possibly because there's something we call the lower esophageal sphincter. If it's relaxed, you need to get it treated.
You need to go and tie it.
Tie it small.
Oh, dog.
And then we also have medications that can help. We call them prokinetics. Prokinetics push the food down so this can be managed. But sometimes some foods can actually make the reflux even worse. So it's
acidic
important.
ones.
Very good. So it's important. And then things that are very oily. So it's important you do that. And of course, if you are going to take a nap and you are in the chair, especially in the workplaces, you are not sleeping. It will not complicate the, what do you call it?
Okay, so that works.
That works. You just sit in the chair. Or if you can go to your car, and then because you don't want colleagues to worry you. Yeah.
But Doc, there are some people that have jobs that require that they have their phones with them even in the middle of the night. What happens to them?
So they're going to have...
is there anything like making up for the sleep that you did not sleep in the weekend?
You can't make up. Some people say that, I'll deprive myself of sleep the whole week, then during the weekend I'll catch up.
Yeah.
Why don't you say you will not eat the whole weekend, then during the weekend you eat all the food you didn't eat? Wow. So ask yourself the same question. It's the same with sleep.
You're shading a lot of people.
So it's not possible. And it's just because sleep does not feel like hunger, you think, because the body is not making demands now, it's okay. No,
Right.
You can't make up for sleep. And it's also because sleep goes through stages.
Right.
And those cycles we talk about, which is 4 to 6 cycles, if you don't get all of them, the physical benefit, you may have a deep sleep because it's early, but there is the benefits that come with the immunity, the brain and all that, which happens the latter part of the night, you will not get it.
So what about sleep prescriptions? Are they good things?
I wouldn't want somebody to be hooked to it. I wouldn't want people to be hooked to it because it destroys the body's own physiology in sleeping. So what happens?
So people that pop melatonin and all that.
Melatonin is
okay.
a hormonal thing, so that one is okay. But if you go and take things like diazepam and all that, then it becomes chronic. Then it means that you are now subletting your sleep to a prescription.
Wow! So you become
and then
addicted to it.
Addicted to it, and then dependent on it.
Right.
And in this part of the world, one thing we should also talk about is people who wake up in the night to do all kinds of things.
Like what?
Oh, people wake up in the middle of the night, 12 to 1, to do all kinds of things.
Okay.
And you see, when you sleep, let's say at 10 p.m. and you wake up at 12, you are not going to get enough of the deep sleep because you've broken it by waking up.
Okay.
Like we said, sleep matters with
So
quantity,
like prayer, reading,
anything.
Yeah.
Couples can wake up to do all kinds, but it's not every day.
Yeah.
But it's become more like a chronic thing. Every day people wake up in the middle of the night to do all kinds of things. I don't want to mention it.
Right.
You understand? And when that happens, deep sleep is going to be what? Taken off.
Yeah.
So physically, you are not going to get all the benefits we talked about. Your blood pressure is going to go up. People are having, and then your sugar is also going to go up. I get it. And then because you sleep later, you have to start with a deep sleep again. And then REM is denied. So a lot of people go to work and now they can't focus. They get to work and they are sleepy. People are driving and they are sleepy because REM didn't take place for the brain to process itself and then relax. So it's very important we don't truncate sleep in the middle of the night.
Doc,
I know you're silent on that one.
Yeah, because a lot of people pray in the middle of the night.
Yeah. No, but it shouldn't be something that is chronic. It shouldn't be from Monday to Sunday.
Okay.
If once in a while you wake up and pray
in the middle of the night.
We have to balance the spirit and then the body.
The
physical. Once the body goes, the spirit cannot function.
That's true.
Yeah. So
that's another part that is true.
We shouldn't be too focused on one and leave the other because they need it too.
All right, Doc. Thank you so much. This has been a great conversation.
Yeah.
So what is our tip of the day?
Where's our projection? But I think the tip,
You cannot cheap sleep or nature. Every hour you steal from sleep, your body eventually demands back with your health.
With your health,
Hey, Jesus.
And like we said, food is your fuel.
Well,
activity or exercise is your maintenance.
And then sleep is your
repair shop.
Yeah.
If you don't want your body to repair, you want to age early and all that. Sleep deprivation is the prescription.
Okay. All right, Doc. Thank you so much. How can people reach out to you?
So, Solace Hospital is located at Trade Fair. We are in the same complex with CBG. When you are from Trade Fair towards La Palm, it's just 100 meters from the T junction. Our number is boldly and nicely the 05310322106. And if you need any hospital that is having the proactivity towards preventive health, Solace Hospital is the only hospital you have to look at.
All right, Doc. Yeah. Thank you so much. So we've been speaking to Dr. Ebo Daniels, who's the director of Solace Hospital located at the Trade Fair area, La Accra, and he has taken us through everything we need to know about sleep. So if you're one of those people that say, hey, I don't sleep, you should check yourself. You actually need to be sleeping to get the benefit that your body needs to stay alive, to stay healthy, and to stay more refreshed and even younger. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been Doctor in the House. My name is Chris Carter. See you next week.
MC. Baby, I'm moving a car so car was here. Hello? For La Nkwantanan Filer Fuseni, who is actually receiving briefing from the chief of the area and some officials. He just came in here to check what has happened after he got the information that something of this nature is actually happening. So what he is doing is getting briefing from the officials here. And earlier when he came here, he made mention of an action that the assembly is going to take. I'm just hoping and waiting for him to descend. As soon as he descends, definitely I'm going to get what he would have to tell the media. But maybe you can see in your shot there, he's actually receiving briefing from the officials here who have been on the grounds for a very long time. We are coming to you live from the grounds where the incident happened yesterday. That is the demolition exercise, or rather the building that collapsed yesterday happened here at Adenta, and it's left a lot of people asking several questions, and you can see residents are here in their numbers to see what exactly happened, and we are bringing you live pictures of what happened on the grounds yesterday from the so he's saying something. Let me get that from you.
So the former engineer who was transferred came back. I called him to come, so he came back this morning and he gave us the rundown. He gave us the rundown that the former engineer, I called him to come. So he came back and then he gave us the rundown that they've already stopped the man. You understand? They've already stopped the man from constructing the building. That is a single story. So on what grounds are you trying to go beyond the first single story? So they stopped him and he refused to listen to that. So some way, somehow, he found his own means to move to the two-story. So that is what we are in now. And we are going to arrest him. We will not spare that. The law must bite. And therefore, we will take him up. So we are now looking for him.
Moving forward, are you going to demolish buildings of this sort?
Oh, yes. There are plenty of this that we've already started. In fact, as our last 2 weeks, Mr. Free, I think we demolished about 4. Yes, last 2 weeks, we demolished about 4. Little did we know that something like this is going to happen. But you see, like people say, sometimes when you are planning, you should remember that the bigger planner is Almighty. So he's giving us this as a test case to see that there are more of this nature, not only in Medina or La Nkwantanan Medina Municipal Assembly, but across the nation. We should ensure that the right thing is being adhered to, and that is what we are going to champion for henceforth.
So this very incident would have been avoidable?
Certainly, my brother, this situation could have been avoidable if the building owner or the owner of the building could have listened to the former engineer. He would have stopped this construction. By refusing to understand, thinking that it is my property, I have the right to build, although, and I'm sending this caution to all developers, although it is your property, it is your land, it is your money, But remember, when such calamities happen, it is not you. It is the Aban or the government that will be pulled upon, just like what is happening today. The regional minister, the sector minister himself, was outside, but he moved because of this particular issue. So why should we wait for such things to happen? So automatically we are going to embark on such projects and make sure that we bring all to its finality here. So we should find a space.
So you heard there Ibrahim Faila Husseini, who is actually talking, and he has given the instruction that the owner of this particular structure would actually be sanctioned, and because he actually been cautioned earlier that he shouldn't put up this structure because it's not meant to be a story building. This structure, because looking at the pillars, the structure wasn't the plan, the original plan for the structure. It's not supposed to be a story building. He has sent a strong signal that other structures that are having similar situation or are in similar situation will actually be pulled down. He said that, well, he has started an exercise like that, and he's not going to get any structure or any developer who is going to be spared in this regard. So that is coming from the municipal chief executive for Lankwantanan Madina, Ibrahim Faila Husseini, who has come to this place, and he's given that warning. And he said that the developer was actually cautioned not to do this, not to go beyond the first level and even put up that one story. So based on the fact that he was given that indication from the earlier engineer, if he had followed, you wouldn't be getting this calamity. But like I said earlier, coming from the Ghana National Fire Service, the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, we spoke to the Deputy Director Technical, who is with the Assembly, and Justice, and he said that the debris will actually be collected today. So I'm sure by close of day, the debris from this place will definitely be collected. But I must say that this particular situation has brought a number of people from the community to actually watch what is happening, because it's something that it's an accident, and certainly for people to be affected by this and we losing an individual, it's a cause for alarm. So that is the situation you are getting on the ground. So we are coming to you live from Adenta, where the one-story building collapsed yesterday in Accra, and the situation as we are painting to you right now is very bad, because they weren't able to salvage anything. They weren't able to take anything. So he has said that the owner will be arrested, and he will be actually sanctioned. And there is a Corolla vehicle, I understand, is beneath it. So I'm just waiting for the MC to actually descend, then we can engage him further. Meanwhile, we would want to descend and also show you other side of the building. You can see the iron rods that are out, the blocks, that is the cement blocks, totally broken. You can see in your shot the couch or the furniture that is a chair and other things, the bed, everything virtually got destroyed yesterday when the incident happened. This is a very, very sad one. So the MC or the Assembly is very bold in its mention or in statement that this individual will be dealt with, and they'll go around and check buildings that are not supposed to be story buildings, and ideally they are supposed to be maybe first level, or you're not supposed to even flow and build again. They'll check all these buildings and deal with the individuals that are flouting the laws by taking the laws into their own hands and doing what they are not supposed to do. I'm just hoping that the MCA would descend, then we will have further conversation with him here on what exactly has happened. But if we have the conversation with the National Disaster Management Organization and the Ghana National Fire Service, I spoke to these two officers who visited here earlier. That is the Ghana National Fire Service and the National Disaster Management Organization. The Ghana National Fire Service mentioned that, well, they are also embarking on investigation and see what exactly may have led to the structure actually collapsing. So if you have those videos, we can air for our viewers to also watch exactly what happened, because we spoke to the National Fire Service and also the National Disaster Management Organization. But meanwhile, maybe the MC can join me quickly. Yeah, I'm still bringing the MC to ask further details from him. I understand the action he's going to take, how soon the exercise is going to happen here in his municipality. So, Chief, you can thank you so much. Chief, before I come to the building itself, you're live on Channel 1 TV Breakfast Daily. Did you record any situation of flooding here in your municipality yesterday?
Yes, we have a situation of the flooding around the Taiman area and deep down Site C around Damfa. There are flooding areas, but those areas are, let me say, are normally caused by the natural disaster. These are natural disasters that you cannot avoid. But sometimes, in terms of putting up the structure, you can avoid some of it. But with this current situation, the flooding, yes, it came, but it was able to go through. Yeah.
And when did you say that this individual who put up the structure, which has collapsed, was given that warning that do not continue
He was given a warning 3 years ago. And, last year. They warned him finally not to put out anything. But lo and behold, he find his way somewhere, I think about a year ago, put the building within weekends. And that's what we are trying to avoid this time around. Yeah.
Wow. So if you are taking action or an exercise you are going to embark on to ensure that buildings or developers who do such things are stopped, when are you starting this exercise, and which places within your municipality are you starting from?
Thank you very much. We have already started that. As we're speaking, like I said earlier, we've demolished about 5 structures. And in fact, some of the structures, if you see it, you will be so amazed that why would such person, with this amount of money that you have, you couldn't seek the requisite direction, the support and the supervision of the assembly. You didn't do so, but you turned out to use the money because it is your money. But this is the case. We came and pull it down. Right now that we are speaking again, there is another structure. One is church, other one are buildings around the Dakobri River. We are pulling it as we're speaking right now. The NADMO and then the 48 engineers with our technical staffs are there pulling it down. And we are continuing it. We are not going to spare anyone. But Medina, if you study the geographical direction of Greater Accra, Medina finds its way around the northwest side, somewhere a little shallow area. So if care is not taken, and then you are also using the laws of your own without using the requisite directions from the assembly, meaning you are going to build at risk, which we don't want to encounter such situations.
When you pull down these structures, what do you do to the developers?
Yeah, we charge them for everything that we incurred as a cost. We charge because it is their negligence that causes this. Because by law, when they even brought their planning and everything, when we've taken everything into consideration, during the construction, before even the oversight concrete from the foundation, we need to supervise. Before they do the filling of the foundation, we need to also supervise. Before the oversight concrete, we need to supervise. Before even the main structure goes up, we need to supervise. But this is the case that somebody has been stopped for a year, and he finds his way somewhere, somehow, to put up the structure. So we have to charge him for every penny that the assembly spent on this particular debris or clearing of the mess.
But you also made of an arrest this individual.
Yeah, he will be arrested. He will be arrested. I've spoken to the commander before coming here, and then I'm going to talk to her again that they should find where the man is. We have his name and his contacts, so we are going to use that as a contact tracing to get him to be arrested. He should be facing the law. We are not going to spare it.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time, and continue doing the good job. Well, he has said it, and you've heard it from the horse's own mouth, that the owner of the...
Of course, that is Philip, and then he's reporting from Denta, where there was a building that collapsed yesterday. It seems like a lot of things happened yesterday, apart from the damage that the flood caused in some places. That building also collapsed, and as you heard it, it's all about the negligence of people. He was asked not to build another floor to his house, or not to add another floor to his house, but this landlord or whoever it is decided to build more, and now the building has collapsed and caused a lot of pains to people, because I know some people were actually harmed and so on. But then again, I think we should all be very responsible citizens. Let's listen to the rules. In as much as we want the government and people that are supposed to be protecting our lives to do their jobs, we also need to do our part, be responsible citizens. We've talked about the issues of people building on waterways. We've talked about the issues of people clogging gutters. And now we are seeing another issue of people not listening to directives. When you are asked not to add another floor to your house or not to build in a certain area, you go ahead to build. And then when such disasters come and people are harmed, you are, now found wanting. You are now found confused, like you never knew, like you never knew this will happen. But here we are. Anyway, my heart goes out to everyone that was affected, and I hope that authorities actually get this person that has caused this problem in check. Now we are about to speak to NADMO. Yes, it seems like there's been a lot of disaster this morning from yesterday, and we've been talking about disasters throughout. But this time around, NADMO is here, and I'm sure you're wondering, what are we going to be talking about? But we're going to be talking about something a little bit lighter and not disaster prone. World Environment Day. And ladies and gentlemen, in studio we have Esenam Ajo Nogbe Apawum, who's the Deputy Director at the Kole Klote NADMO, and we also have Benjamin Latte, who's the Executive Secretary, Assorted Waste Alliance, and Gerard Owolabi, Operations Head at the Kole Klote NADMO. You are all welcome.
Thank you.
How's everything? I'm sure you've seen everything we've been talking about. Yes. It's been a lot of roller coaster this morning, and especially for the fact that it's our birthday, our anniversary, and we're supposed to be celebrating it. But hey, other things have come into play with the whole day for us. But since we also like to, speak about what's happening around the country and people's story, this is part of the things happening. What are your thoughts on these issues, the flooding and the issue that you saw earlier?
Yes. So, like you rightly said, we want our authorities to work for us, to implement the laws. Yeah. But then again, I ask myself, and anytime I go on the field, I tell people that, see, you are here. They are there. When it floods now, they are not going to suffer for it.
Yeah, you will suffer
You will suffer for it. So we should have that attitude now change.
Yeah.
It starts with us. If you are not to build on waterways, why do you build on waterways? Don't dump into drains. You dump into drains. And that at the end of the day, your livelihood is affected. Every sector of the economy is affected. So I perfectly agree with you that it starts with us, and we need to cultivate that attitude to do the right thing.
All right, so moving on, what are we doing for World Environment Day, and why is it important for NADMO to, be part of this whole celebration?
Yes, so World Environment Day 2026, the global theme is on climate action.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And together with the we're looking at plastic pollution. Yes, because when you, at the back of the 2015 disaster, the twin disaster that happened, the reports came out, and we realized that about 51% refuse were plastics. Yes, and at the assembly level to about 42%.
Right.
So it is very important that we look at plastic pollution. And for us at NADMO, I think the perception out there is that
you focus more on disasters. Yeah.
Yes, more on disasters. And we are talking about floods. And then they only look at one aspect of our work, which is response. But then we have the prevention. Actually, our motto is prevention pays.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, no wonder when you walked in, I said NADMO.
Prevention pays.
Oh, okay. I was confused. I was like, okay.
Yes, so that's actually the first stage of our work.
Right.
Then we look at the preparedness. Like someone said, there are natural occurrences. They will happen anyway, but how prepared are we? So that is prevention, preparedness, then we go to the response, and then we go to reconstruction and
so
rehabilitation.
it's the response and reconstruction we see.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right.
But then the main thing, and we want to focus more on that, because see, the amount of money we invest into response is more than what we invest into prevention. And if we focus more on prevention and preparedness, it will help us a lot.
All right. So, Mr. Benjamin, how is it going to be like working with NADMO? Since you're Assorted Waste Alliance, why did you decide to jump on this with NADMO?
Okay, Assorted Waste Alliance is basically a waste association made up of 7 different waste collectors. We have the plastic collectors, the cardboard collectors, we have the tin collectors, we have the tricycle dealers, we have the spare parts collectors and so on. So, but you see, she made a very important point for where we come in. If need be, we look at the 2015 report of 51.2% being plastic content of the waste they collected. It's money for me.
Right.
Put all that 52 into maybe 52,000 tons of waste, plastic waste. And I'm giving you 1,000 cedis for a ton of waste. How much money are you going to make out of it? Out of these 1,000 tons of waste, you're going to make about 520,000 tons, 520,000 Ghana cedis. And not only that, but then employment generation. We have also done some kind of reduction in their work. She's talking about the amount of money they use in response. They should add that money to us so that we can reprocess the plastic to them. So that's one of the reasons why we are here. And then they also come out with looking at the assembly itself of 41.1%. Oh, can they help us mop some of these plastics? Well, we have the PPEs, we have the low density formulas and all those things. Gather all of them, be able to crush them or package them for the various industries. And it's very, very important that we partner them at this very hour because they are doing the education, and the education will enhance our work. So they are doing the, verbal one, but we are there to show the practical aspect of it. So what will happen is that once they are here with us, they can follow up with us tomorrow to see what we do at our various plastic hubs and our various recycling centers and co. And so that children, as they're going to be the main agent of change tomorrow and the main focus of the program tomorrow, will learn more. And when they go back home, they'll be able to share with their mothers, fathers, and schools. And we're also looking at the virtual, since we are using school children. When you look at the school waste basket, so a lot of plastic also comes over there. So if NADMO is partnering with us, we say thank you to them, and we are happy they are here with us.
Right. So, Mr. Gerald Owolabi, how prepared is NADMO for this program tomorrow?
Oh, we are very prepared. Actually, we even have, at the moment, we have some of our colleagues who have gone to the various schools we will be partnering with tomorrow to go and prepare them for tomorrow's program. So we are very ready for tomorrow's program.
All right. And SNM, why children? Why are you starting with children?
Yeah, so like Mr. Lati said, they are the agents of change. You see, the old ones are kind of entrenched now. They are thinking about a lot of things. So we believe that when we do this with the children, they are able to learn more and then take it back to their peers and then the community at large. And also we are building their confidence. We are building future advocates for environmental change. And then plastic waste ending up in our drains to choke them and cause flooding in our communities. So we believe that the children will do this more for us than the adults who are already thinking about a lot of things.
So where is the launch, or where is the program happening?
So the program is happening at so actually we have the program starting from various points. We have 3 teams we are working with: the market team, the street team, and the community team with our banners and the whistles, the cards. So it's not just going to be we walking, but we educating the public on plastic waste and the need for us to reduce the use of plastics. So we starting, maybe Mr. Lati will touch more on the starting points.
So, like she rightly said, why are we using children? In times when we talk, people don't see the value of children in education. They think they should also sit at home while the adults do everything. But in your community, who are those who dispose of the refuse? Children. Not the parents, it's the children. So when you look at the market team, where they'll be at the door now more, the market waste over there, they want to go there and share with the market people how they should see the value of plastic in part of their waste. That will be what they'll be doing at the market tomorrow. So they'll go with various banners telling them the various ways in which this plastic will be gathered, sorted, and segregated, and then be able to send to them. Then we also look at the community teams. You're looking at, you're going to touch about 10 communities in the whole municipalities, starting from the Methodist Park area, running all the way to the Turu area, coming all the way to Adbaka Official Town, coming to Odona, then coming all the way to the top of the buildings just to go various houses and be able to share that as well. Then we have the street team that will also be coming on the Kwame Nkrumah Avenue, where they will starting from the Kentucky school and doing on those various points to the various Kolikoti office as well. And these are all children. Right. Now what will happen is the fact that the children will be on the road with their banners, and when they take the time, 5 minutes, they raise the banner. Once the banners are up, they will get the attention of the people, and then they'll start blowing the whistle. Once they put the whistle up, and they'll show red card, meaning that all those who they've caught their attention have all violated the budget of not having to do.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much. We'll be looking out for them. SNM, Benjamin, and Gerald, thank you so much for passing through. We have some quick birthday messages. Happy birthday, happy 40th birthday to Ivy Minta of Bank of Ghana. May the new year of your life bring you good health, success in all your endeavors, and countless reasons to smile. Remember to eat something nice today from the Communications AVO office of BOG. And happy birthday, Ernestina Ajay. May God bless you abundantly, guide your steps, and fill your new age with joy, peace, favor, and endless happiness. Keep shining and becoming all God has called you to be. This is from Nicholas. My name is Chris Carter. We want to say thank you so much for staying tuned with us this morning. Remember, it's still our anniversary, and we urge you to be safe. And also, there are going to be different reports coming from different parts of the country on the issue of the torrential rains that happened yesterday. So keep watching Channel One TV, and thank you so much for staying tuned with us. Bye.